Happy 28 months Ivan Bujamis. It is the return of the one, who shall herald the art time.
Well, there it is. Another Wednesday. This time with a stream, which is just great, man. I'm just thrilled about that. So, man, We got a banging stream yesterday. I appreciate everybody who showed up. Dude, every time I take a break for any reason, I'm like always terrified. I'm terrified, man. I'm so anxious about it. I hate it. But I got back into the groove really quickly, you know, streaming, work right after. Final Fantasy 14 to cope with the fact that I didn't get my work done last night. You know, it's been really good. And I didn't realize Dawn Trail's coming out so soon. Bro, I gotta hold on, what do I gotta finish? I gotta finish Stormblood. I gotta finish Shadowbringers. I gotta finish Endwalker. And I gotta do all of that before July 3rd. So that's like what, an expansion a week? Oh, good God. I wanted to be ready for Dawn Trail so bad. I fucked it up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It is indeed Wednesday. It is a new week and the last stream of the week because unfortunately tomorrow I have to go to fucking Edmonton with Ella for GameCon Canada, which I'm very excited about. Don't get me wrong. I love watching people appreciate Ella. It's my favorite thing. So I get to go to Edmonton this weekend and I got to watch people come up to our little booth and be like, wow, you're so amazing. And I'm like, yes, she is. You know, so I get to do that, but it means that so it's like I'm back, but then I have to like go. Oh, God, it's so frustrating. It's so annoying. Elysium, thank you for the tier 1 for 33 months. What's up, dude? Good to see you. And Rob, thank you for the 100 bits. The return of the one who shall herald the art time. That's a lot of pressure, man. I don't know about that. But thank you for the 100 bits, man. I appreciate it. How you been? 28 months, Sam. I appreciate that. Likewise at tier 1. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the lurk, Thorkin. I appreciate that, man. You guys are here. Ashy, I missed you too. Dude, Ashy, I missed you so bad. I had so many things to complain about and no one to complain about them with while I was sick and dead and underwater and stuff. And I missed Ulner's debut. I caught like a bunch of it on the... Dude, I was mad. I wanted to be there. But I was sick as fuck. So... I don't know. I'm really impressed.
48
I'm really
months.
impressed. I saw it. It's
my
fantastic.
sub needs to get a job. Fuck Edmonton. JK, I don't have any feelings towards Edmonton.
You don't have any feelings towards Edmonton? Look, listen, Jason, thank you for the tier 1 for 4 years. For 48 months. If you cared, you just earned a very rare and new sub badge, but of course you're never going to show it because you got your first badge. And I don't know, man. I appreciate it. Dude, seriously, 4 years. Holy fuck. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. How you been? How's the family been? Edmonton is fine, though. Edmonton, look, Edmonton is not the worst place in the world. It's just Edmonton is very blue collar. And I don't mean like the people are a bunch of blue collar yokel whatever fucks. It's like, yeah, of course they are, but so are we in southern Alberta as well. It's just more southern than Edmonton. Not anything but the people. The city itself just sucks. Because there's so much industry there. Like, I grew up in Calgary, and it's like most cities, we had this is a sketchy quadrant of the city, which is the northeast, the like rich quadrant of the city, that's the northwest, the like middle class, perfectly fine quadrant, which is the southwest, and then the southeast is the industrial area, right? And most of it's industrial. Well, some of it, I don't know, not most, but a good chunk. That's where we just stuck all our industrial stuff. Edmonton is like, they just put their like industrial parks everywhere through the city. It's like playground, West Edmonton Mall, chemical processing plant, playground, gravel mill, playground, train station, whatever, industrial deposit center. And you're like, wait, this doesn't... Wait, what's the zoning here? I don't like it. No, Edmonton's fine. People are great. City's beautiful in certain places. It just sucks because it's like hours and hours of driving north in Alberta. And if you've been to the prairies or any sort of flyover state or anything like that, you know what it's like when you like leave the majestic Rocky Mountains and you go into the bright open blue skied prairies, and it's like, wow, this is so beautiful, man. There's just, the sky is as big as it can be. It stretches on forever. There's just clouds dotting the horizon and green fields yellow canola fields and wheat fields as far as the eye can see, and you're like, man, what a beautiful like prairie summer locale this is. And then you get that for hour 4 and you're like, you know what, I need to see something other than canola and cows. So you know, that's the only tragedy, though. It's better than driving east out of Alberta into Saskatchewan. That's depression right there. So Edmonton's gonna be fine. I hope GameCon's good. The organizers kind of fucked some shit up though with like vendors and stuff. So they invited a way too many dice makers, and then there's a bunch of dice makers that are like sharing tables that shouldn't be there, that aren't supposed to be there, and it's like a whole thing. And Ella wasn't pleased about it, but it's probably fine. So who knows, man? Might be a good event, might be terrible, might never do it again. We'll see. You know, we did a market up in Edmonton. Ella wanted to do it in March, early March or early April, I forget which one. We went there for 2 days, did it. It fucking sucked, you know, barely broke even. We're like, we're never coming up here again for this shit. So we're still in the process of examining as to whether or not some of these are worth it. So hopefully it's worth it. Hopefully it's fun. Hopefully Ella does very well, because she has some new dice things that she's very excited to reveal, and she needs to do that after the market. So I don't know, man. I'm excited. You're in the middle of monster making phase. What is the monster you are making, Aspen? What's up, dude? It's so good. I'm glad you took the time. You needed to feel better. I did, Ashy, and it sucked. Because if you remember, I took a week off 4 weeks ago because I was sick, and I came back for a week because I was like, oh, I'm better. I'm fantastic. I'm feeling fine. I'm good, right? And I struggled through streams that week, and I just fell off on Thursday, and I barely made it through Friday, and I just like crawled into the weekend, sick as shit, awful fevers, whatever, body not working. Went back to the doctor. I'm like, did I finally get COVID after all these years that I dodged the COVID bullet? Did I finally get it? And he's like, no, your body's failing you because you're too stressed. I was like, I can do that? He's like, mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is like the first stage. Like, you don't want to see stage 2 and 3. I'm like, is there a stage 4? He's like, well, that's the... And he was going to make a dark joke, and then he didn't. And I'm like, you're going to say some shit like that's the grave, weren't you? So yeah, I had to recover up and regain my strength. And I had a really great second half of last week. I was feeling a lot better by like Wednesday, Thursday, after about a week and a half off. And so I got back into my like routine, and I was working really hard, and I was going to the gym, working out, climbing mountains every day on the fucking track, doing all that shit. And I've had a really good last week, feeling like I'm back to myself. Honestly, I have felt better in the last 4 or 5 days than I have all year, and probably since last summer. So it's great. I'm really happy about it. I'm back to myself in a lot of ways, and you know, summer does help for me. Definitely, there being like green leaves out, and which has finally happened, by the way, and only in the last like 2 weeks has it been nice where I live. So I feel back to myself. I feel back to who I want to be, you know. So healthy, strong, fit, able to work, able to focus, able to think. So I'm doing great, Ashley. I missed everybody. I missed you especially. Olner, what's up? Don't know, being sick is an EXP loss. Think about all the EXP hour you missed out on. True, actually. Dude, Olner, I was so stressed out about missing streams. You have no idea. And also work. Holy fuck, dude. I was sitting there stressed about work, and Ella was like, you know, this is the reason why you're in this case, like this situation, because you're stressed, right? You need to not be stressed that you're missing work. And I was like, this is a paradox I can't solve. But Olner, congratulations on the debut, the re-debut. I don't know if the right term. I don't know if it was a debut or a re-debut. I'm not sure I forget which terminology it was, but either way, you looked fantastic. You were shining, you were radiant, and I was just so thrilled to be in the audience for a little bit to catch some of those rays coming off you. So congratulations. You're amazing every single way possible. I'm very proud of you. I don't know if it matters, you know, me saying that I'm proud of you, but I am proud to know you. So there's that, man. Not gonna lie, I hate every city. Why do you hate every city, Elysium? I love cities. I love certain cities. I love cities that have cool shit. Like, my favorite place in the world, my favorite city, my favorite place in the world is Tokyo, which is pretentious and annoying and very millennial of me to say, but I always feel like I'm alive again when I go there, you know? So I love cities. I love big cities. I love big metropolitan areas. Lots of cool shit. Lots of, you know, things to do and things to see and places to go and marvels to wonder at. Been to a lot of big cities, and I like them quite a bit. It's just some cities that are more like, I don't know, practical, industrial, whatever. Those kind of grind a little bit, you know, where the beautification of our civilization is lost. I think it's a big problem with North American cities. We're too like, I don't know. What's the word? What's the word, my North American brethren? What's the problem with our cities? Because like Europe is like, and Asia is like old and built in on itself and has culture and whatever. You know what it is? The best thing I can sort of, the analogy that I can use, sterile, that's a great one. The analogy I can use is the problem with our cities is that we cleared a flat area in Minecraft before we built our base. And now, I don't know if any of y'all have had this experience in Minecraft, but basically, the best and coolest bases I've ever built on Minecraft are when I'm trying to build in and around a landscape, right? On the side of a mountain, right by a river, there's bridges and cool stuff and things at different elevations, and your farm is like split into tiers and whatever. It's all cool. The worst Minecraft like aesthetic bases I've ever made are when I find a flat, open whatever, because you're just like, build this building, build this square building next to it, leave a space because why not, you know? And I think that's a problem we have with our cities, is that we don't stack them. Like when you have a place like Tokyo or like, I don't know, Paris or whatever, these cities have had to rebuild on themselves and like being confined, have to figure shit out and how to do cool things for so long. You get really amazing stuff. And I think it's really cool. And I love cities like that. So American cities kind of grind on me, but I haven't been to a lot of American cities, to be fair. I've never been really out east in America. The furthest east I've been in Canada was Halifax, and that's not even really a real city. So there it is, man. Yeah, come on. Imagine not using your sick break to play all of 14. Exactly. The problem is, Ashley, is I'm stuck on the 14 story playing with Ella. And she's been very busy preparing for the convention. And then when we get home, we'll be able to play for a bit. And then she's having wrist surgery next month. So it's like, I don't know. I gotta like have her put me on follow or whatever. Trying to convince owner to have a non-Yu-Gi-Oh playing guests on our Yu-Gi-Oh tournament where they just come on and commentate using their unrelated expertise. IS's players playing anime waifus. I used to draw anime waifus, but I wish Yu-Gi-Oh focused more on D&D-esque art styles. I would definitely be happy if you need somebody to just roast relentlessly both Yu-Gi-Oh art and the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, as well as specifically Yu-Gi-Oh players. Because don't forget, I have like 6 years of game store experience. I have seen the Yu-Gi-Oh players. I've seen them graduate to Card Fight Vanguard, then move to Vice Schwartzy, and then go back to Yu-Gi-Oh because both those games sucked, then go back to Vanguard because some hot chick came out with a new like idol group or whatever in Vanguard, then go back to Yu-Gi-Oh because it's their true passion. So I could shit talk Yu-Gi-Oh nerds. It'd actually be a pretty bad idea to have me on. So I'd be relentless about the Yu-Gi-Oh nerds. It'd be yeah. All right, well, yeah, bad idea actually. Only way to build Minecraft is just slide of a mountain that already has form. Exactly. Redebut is the term, although I've never done a more serious one before. Well, it was radiant. It was fantastic, and I'm impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed, Olner. So for whatever that's worth. Working 12-hour shifts this week. Boss has me coming in super early all week. What are you doing working 12-hour shifts? Just don't. Instead of working a 12-hour shift, work like a 6-hour shift and be like, nah, I'm going home and playing World of Warcraft. Hey, what are you doing? Better yet, play Daunt Trail, Precursor expansion, Endwalker. I don't know all the things I'm supposed to do before Dawn Trail launches Azura, or Azalea, but we gotta do some shit. We gotta get prepared for this expansion. You and me. So get on that. Yu-Gi-Oh! D&D-esque art styles, so MTG. Let's see. Yu-Gi-Oh! But with more D&D-esque art style, so Magic the Gathering. So Magic the Gathering is a better game than Yu-Gi-Oh! unfortunately. However, it's simultaneously the worst card game. It's paradoxical. It really is. Magic the Gathering versus Yu-Gi-Oh! I think that the card fight Vanguard evolution from Yu-Gi-Oh! Nerds was a natural one to happen. The problem with card fight Vanguard is I can't take it or any of the players that play it seriously because I know there's still some of them out there. I know they're out there. I sniff them out, man. I see there's a new card fight Vanguard set coming out every once in a while. And I do love, like seriously though, I do love the resurgence of Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's a great game that has a place at the table for sort of the big card games, big tournaments, big whatever. I have problems with the way Yu-Gi-Oh! Runs competitive events, like the whole like lack of a rotation and a block. And I think they do better with stuff like that, but maybe not. Who knows? You know, clearly that was working for Magic until they decided they didn't want to do DCI stores anymore. So I think it would work for Yu-Gi-Oh! But then again, the community is different, so who knows if it would work out. But I really like the Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, recently on Twitch, and I mean relatively recently, in the last couple of years, Yu-Gi-Oh! has had a resurgence, and I'm really happy about it, honestly. I love card games. I don't love playing them anymore because I just can't like emotionally handle that shit anymore. But I love I have learned so much about Yu-Gi-Oh! From watching Ashy and Ulner, which are the only Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamers I watch. I refuse to watch Sykkuno scramble his way through that. No. I've learned more about the game, and I really like it. I think it's good. I'm pleased that card games. I wish that Hearthstone was doing better, you know, and I wish that Blizzard kind of managed that a little bit better. But I don't know, man. I'm excited for card games. I like them. I wish I could collect again. I would 100% collect sealed Yu-Gi-Oh! Product if I could. Back in the day when I was like buying like trading card game stuff, I enjoyed buying sealed product. I liked it. I like a box of sealed cards more than I like opening booster packs. It's me. It's a weird thing. I know. I understand. But like when somebody buys me like Ella for Christmas one year, she bought me a collector's edition box of Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty, and I was like, this is amazing. I love this. Thank you so much. And she's like, are you gonna open it? I'm like, no. Now I'll keep it sealed. I like it. I like it sealed. And I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Sealed product. I really do. I just don't have the income right now to go back to collecting sealed product for Yu-Gi-Oh! But I like collecting card game sealed product like Flesh and Blood, and Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic. And I sold most of it. You know, I have a little bit chilling, but most of it's gone. But I wish I could get back into it. Like I wish I could buy like a box or two of every new Yu-Gi-Oh! Set, of every new Pokemon set, of every new Flesh and Blood set, of every new Weiss set, and just create a cardboard empire in my closet or something. That'd be kind of fun. It's no longer around, but I did something like that for a game called MetaZoo. I hadn't ever played a game of it and did commentary and live tournament for it with other TCG knowledge. Yeah, MetaZoo was great. I think it was fun. I like MetaZoo in their concept. Obviously, there's problems with it, and I know a lot about MetaZoo. Never bought any of it, never played any of it, but I know a lot about the company and like what the history of MetaZoo. And MetaZoo was cool. It was a really great like addition. I thought that MetaZoo was going to be the one to sort of make it out alive from the card game expansion. The MetaZoo and Flesh and Blood were the ones to do it for the new card games anyway, but wasn't in the cards for MetaZoo. They got too greedy, man. They tried to overprint too much, and that's something I think about a lot. Like I am in the development of making my own trading card project. And it's not for like a huge profit incentive, whatever. It's a dumb thing I'm doing for me that I think is fun. I'm going to make a series of Ultra Pro or style or Upper Deck style, kind of more like along the sports cards line than the trading card game line. But I love cards. I love that random whatever. And I love that whole thing. I love exclusives and parallels and signed cards and whatever. And a lot of what's making Magic the Gathering possible right now to like stay floating is they're bringing in sports cards like rarities and additions and cool stuff. We see that with the serialized cards, for instance. Flesh and Blood has something similar. Pokemon has something similar, but not quite as sports cardy as Magic is going, which I think is a mistake for both those companies. I think they should go to the sports card route. Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think they give a fuck. That's the thing that I love about Japanese companies. They don't give a fuck, man. They'll just do whatever they want. You know, they don't care what's working for whoever. They'll just print whatever they want, man, and whatever happens. But I am creating my own sort of like collector's card thing with all these like inserts. I have this whole list right here Where is it? I have a list of like. Okay, I have lots of papers here, man. It's one of these, but I have a whole fucking list of card. Oh, here it is. Of plans for my card project thing. And I have like different sort of like rarities of stuff and different inserts and redemption cards and stuff like that I'm going to make in a small 30-pack run of these things. And I'm going to give a bunch out to the community and give a bunch to the mods and then put some in my store and be very happy if they never sell. Because I like to collect sealed stuff like that, right? So I just got to figure out the packaging and some other things. But it's a passion project I'm doing because I love trading cards so much. And I love collectible cards and trading card games and all that. You know, cardboard is one of my passions in life. It's too expensive. I got priced out of the market for Magic the Gathering, you know, which is why I like Yu-Gi-Oh and Pokemon as far as trading cards goes, because Magic told me that I'm not their demographic anymore. The one of the heads of Magic actually said that as much. Basically, he was you know, pressed when I forget if it was which agency or interviewer or whatever said, hey, we noticed that Magic the Gathering collector's boxes and things are going to be more expensive now, and this product line in particular, whatever it was, is more expensive. Like, how do you expect players to keep up with all that? And he basically said, oh, well, you're supposed to engage with the products that you can engage with and want to engage with. And I was like, oh, so that means that this box of Magic cards that I was buying for like $200 Canadian or whatever, because every once in a while, a couple times a year, like 2 times a year, you know, I was like, very cool, is now $400, and it's out 4 times a year. And I was like, I can't do this. I guess I'm not the market anymore. I guess I'm priced out. So my favorite thing to buy, okay, all right, that was I don't need a towel. No, I'm good. It's fine. Yeah, my favorite thing to buy is just like not accessible anymore, which sucks. So I was really hoping MetaZoo and other games would do well, but alas, here we are. My entire TCG journey, I went to from Yu-Gi-Oh to Vanguard to Weiss to Magic the Gathering because you grew up. Yep, you grew up and got a girlfriend and then didn't need to play Cardfight Vanguard and Weiss anymore. So I'm kidding, man. Only plans to make lightsaber noises while playing Viper because it goes dual wield to double bladed and back with a high speed burst phase. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the gameplay is like for Viper and more importantly Pictomancer, because I'm very happy with Samurai as my my melee class. I'm actually really happy. Like, I really like Samurai. I know it's a meme, like Samurai's for the paste eaters, but I find it really fun. I think it's cool. But I'm really excited to see what Pictomancer is like, because I think the idea is really fun. You know, is Pokemon TCG off to the side on its own? Yeah, they kind of do their own thing. They don't give a shit. For Yu-Gi-Oh, functions off soft rotation rather than hard rotation. Power creep, ban list, power creep, ban list. Yeah, so the meta is whatever released in the last year, but it's easier to print 5 new Blue Eyes support cards rather than reprint the whole archetype into standard. Right, which is why, you know, I'm hesitant to say that they should switch into a rotation, like a hardcore set rotation, because I think that they're managing it well, but I wonder if it would be better. I don't know. It's hard, like, you can't say, right? I can't say that one way of doing it is better than the other, but I think it does. I hear a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players are frustrated with the whole ban list meta, but maybe it's working out. I guess they can, rather than trying to switch to a different system, they try and figure out how to perfect the one that they've, you know, dug into, which is, you know, just fine for that. Blizzard overall hasn't been handling anything well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited for War Within. I think that the new World of Warcraft expansion looks really good. You know, everyone's very positive about it. And if you see engagement on YouTube for big YouTubers that talk about World of Warcraft exclusively, their channels have gone through the roof, man. People are very excited for War Within. I'm very excited for War Within. The only thing that kind of is souring the new World of Warcraft expansion for me a little bit is all my friends that played quit. So I don't know. But the cool thing is that they've added a sort of a progression end game level sort of thing, that if you don't have 40 friends, you don't have to do old school raiding. If you don't have 20 friends, you don't have to mythic raid. If you don't have 10 friends, you don't have to raid. If you don't, now it's that if you don't have 5 friends, you can do this new feature called delves, and people are really happy with the delves. And it's something that Ella and I can do together as a 2-man. You can do it with up to 4 people, I believe, as a delve. So you can do it solo or with a friend. So it'll be nice that it'll give Ella and I a reason to pursue the gameplay again. because it's fun getting gear and pursuing gear and doing that. So I love that gameplay loop in MMOs. Particularly, I love it in World of Warcraft. The problem is if there's no need for it, then what are you doing? And it feels meaningless, and then you don't want to do it. And it's just like, fuck. Which is why, like, when I was playing with my friends, we played Mythic Plus once a week. We just did our dungeons. It was fun because I had a reason to then play outside of that time to try and make that time better. Now I should have that with Delves because Ellen and I can play together. So I'm cautiously optimistic about that, but I think World of Warcraft's doing really well. So I print my own MTG cards. We don't play tournaments, so I play with friends, so I proxy the crap out of my decks. Yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, some people have like moral issues with that and whatever. I don't know, man. I used to play with very, very expensive cards, and the part of the allure with it when I was working at the game store. Like when I was working at the game store, man, I had multiple EDH decks that were like $4,000 or $5,000 each. I'm not kidding, man. When I was working at the game store, like I sold my card collection, paid for a wedding, a honeymoon, paid off a bunch of debt, didn't have to worry about a bunch of stuff, and I got rid of everything. But for a while there, I had a substantial Magic the Gathering collection that I'd built since being a kid, and also when I was at the game store working there, you know, with Magic all the time. And so for me, part of it was the sort of the allure of having the rare card, but I don't think I care about that anymore. I think that if I was to play Magic again, I just play with proxies, you know, like Wizards. They I don't know, man. They want to charge you so much money for Magic. It's like if you can't afford it and you like the game, just fucking proxy it. Who cares? I don't know. I don't remember Duel Masters or Kaijudo. I remember both of those things non-fondly, and I don't remember why. I think the game would have less people complaining if Konami just play the new stuff. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe Konami just needs to, like, rather than try and finagle the systems to get them to play the new stuff, they created a okay. Tell me, help me understand this, Ashy. Would it be unreasonable or difficult to make a core set that Konami can like pre-print and rotate in to like mix their new stuff? So they're like, hey, we want you to play the newest, let's say 6 sets, but we also need to know that you need Monster Reborn and, you know, whatever other, you know, Jar of Greed, what are these other, I don't know what's legal, these other staples that have been staples in the game since, you know, 2004 or whatever. So we're either going to print these in a core set or create a ban list meta thing that is like the intended core set for this time of these cards are all legal for now and you can get them in different places, or insert core set cards into packs that are like new sets. So to reprint these things in a way that makes the core set sort of like available, because that's something Magic does really well, I think, is they used to have these core sets every single year, which was a new sort of reprinting of a lot of the same. They tried to keep the core sets as similar as possible, with a couple spicy additions here and there. Would Yu-Gi-Oh have to redesign the way they do sets, or would they have to make a core set available? Because I think both would be cool, but I don't know what the solution for that would be. What's good, Guapo? All I know is, from what I remember, Kaijudo with Duel Monsters didn't have a good card game system. It wasn't fun to play, but I found out about it from the TV show as a kid. Yeah, I mean, that back in the day, man, when we had TV shows for card games, that was fucking lit. Konami only makes 100 cards per set instead of like 200 to 300 Magic does, so usually just 60 new archetypes, good cards, 20 random junk, funny flavor cards, Attack the Moon, and 20 cards supporting the old archetypes. I see. So they would probably have to print like a core set, something along those lines, right? Which would tank the value of those cards if you were to try and make it accessible to make like a core group of cards for different archetypes they want to have and things like that, which I guess they kind of, if you say they have 20 cards that they're supporting old archetypes, that kind of acts like a bit of a core set to help them maintain a meta. So that's interesting. Maybe they just need to commit to the whole idea of we want you to play the new stuff. I wonder why they don't. Is there too many like sweaty fucking bad haircutted neckbeard stinking anime hoodie? Okay, I'm sorry. Are there too many Yu-Gi-Oh players that are just are committed to the fact that they have their old cards they've had since they were, you know, 11 years old, and they refuse to buy new ones or not have those cards still be usable? Is it just Yu-Gi-Oh trying to appease to the ancient graybeards of Yu-Gi-Oh now that they don't do that? Clickbait basically print 5 new Dark Magician cards and make it feel playable and good while making it like 4th tier but playable. Fair enough. Well, I don't know. This is why I just stick to TTRPGs, man. I just play TTRPGs all day. And by that I mean D&D, because no one plays any of the TTRPGs. Although, oh shit, I saw this morning when I got home from the gym. I was looking at some news and shit, seeing what I missed. Check this shit out. I saw this. This is really cool. Final Fantasy 14 TTRPG starter set scheduled for early reprint due to demand. I didn't know this was out yet, and I'm thrilled that it's doing well. Like, legitimately, I'm excited about the other, like, I think this is the way to get TTRPGs going. You know, I've always had this problem, and I don't know if you guys agree or not. Feel free to tell me why I'm wrong, but I've always had this problem that with TTRPGs, that there's too much acceptance of D&D as the only game that is out there and optimal, and you can only play D&D. And I think that Critical Role, I'm not saying they did anything wrong, they don't have any responsibility, but I do think as a result, they had an opportunity to build the brand outwards by staying with Pathfinder. But they moved to D&D early on with Critical Role, probably because of recognizability and whatever else. But it would have been really cool. It's like, if D&D is this like ancient, like everyone knows D&D, loves D&D, they have all these D&D based products, and then Critical Role, the biggest TTRPG podcast, is playing Pathfinder, and then like other things are coming out and whatever. I think that the OGL was a big opportunity for other companies and other TTRPGs to really thrive. But the problem is, it was twofold. It's one, on the consumers, which it's debatable how much responsibility consumer has in a problem with the market, but it is partly their fault, our fault, the consumer's fault, and then the TTRPG companies, the small ones. I think that a lot of TTRPGs they identify themselves as not D&D. And when you identify yourself as a negative of another product, you don't build a good fan base. And some games that we've seen have done this. Like I'm gonna use Path of Exile as an example, even though it's not the best example. Path of Exile for a long time, and it's not necessarily GGG's fault, it's the community around it. They always say things, or used to say things like, oh, we're not Diablo. And you're like, okay, what are you? Well, we're not Diablo. And you're like, okay, but what is Path of Exile? Well, if you're tired of Diablo being a pussy-ass, weak, stupid game that's simple and button mashing, whatever, you can come play a real game like Path of Exile. And you're like, okay, but what is Path of Exile? They didn't have an identity. And their identity was not Diablo. And now GGG has done a masterful, like, rebranding of them into Path of Exile. And I think that TTRPGs have a problem with that as well. A lot of the people that support these smaller TTRPGs are proud of them not being D&D. So they're like, oh, you're finally done with Dungeons and Dragons. You've decided you don't want to be part of corporate slob, greed, WotC, handout, whatever, you know, big business, Hasbro. You want to play a real game just like the old days? Well, in my Discord that I mod, we play only the most authentic, real, zine-based TTRPGs. Yeah, I guess you'd be pretty good and pretty smart to play them, but, you know, I've been playing them for a long time. I guess we can let you play with us. We'll see if you can survive in a real game. It's like, okay, chill. Like, chill, Daniel. I get it, that you've been playing TTRPGs for 53 years, and you're mad at D&D for some reason. And I think these companies had an opportunity with the OGL drama when people were, like, for the first time, really willing to look around and say, what else is there? These companies didn't jump on them as much as they should have. And the consumers also fell back into their habits. But I think this is the way to do it. I think that that companies that have an established IP, Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Final Fantasy, World of Warcraft, whatever, they create their own TTRPG that is similar enough to D&D, but flavored in a way that people really love. Like, Final Fantasy 14 players fucking love the flavor of Final Fantasy 14. You know, old school World of Warcraft players love old school World of Warcraft. New World of Warcraft doesn't really have as much an identity as old school World of Warcraft did. But whatever. But people who like the identity or the fantasy of whatever they do, like, think about an Elden Ring TTRPG. A Dark Souls, Elden Ring, whatever, like dark fantasy, broody, brutal. People would love that. You know, a Diablo 4. Maybe not the best example, but the you know what I mean? The Diablo universe. Well, okay, I don't know. Has Diablo universe been ruined by Diablo 4? Let's say no. Let's just assume that there's enough goodwill of Diablo 1 and 2 and 3 to a certain extent, and then 4 to an even lesser. But they create their own TTRPG. And I love this. I'm so happy to see this, that people are excitedly buying this TTRPG to play a new original TTRPG, and enough that they have to reprint, like, do an early reprint. I wanted a first edition of this. Actually, hold on, how much is this? I didn't even buy one of these. The problem with buying stuff from Square Enix is they make buying stuff like merchandise from them absolutely vomit-inducingly difficult for Canadians. TTRPG, how much is it? So it's 59. It's 59k equals k. That's a C with lines through it. So I'm gonna assume this currency is pronounced equals k. Might be a soft C. Equals. So I don't know how much that is in Canadian, but I'm gonna assume that it's gonna be about $100 in Canadian then. So that's a lot. But I love it. Look at all the identity. Look at how cool this is, you know? Look at how you got, oh, they got like special fantasy dice and whatever. With a little fucking logo on it. Yeah, I love this. I wanna buy it, I wanna play it, I wanna try it. But you know, Square Enix just makes it very difficult to order things to Canada. I ordered something from the Square Enix store for Ella for Christmas. It was a $50 product. Okay? It was a $50 product, I don't remember what it was. It was something dumb. And the shipping on it was $40. It was 30 US, so $40. So it was now up to $90 for $50 worth of stuff. Then the import customs fees was $30 when I got it here. So it was $120 to buy this thing for Ella for Christmas that was $50 on the website. And it's like, I guess I shouldn't be Canadian, which is fair. There's only 40 million of us. We're not a big enough market for a lot of these companies to move into, you know, which sucks. Konami don't help themselves, appearing to everyone, old and new. Maybe. Let's play together. We should. I'm down. I want to try it. I want to learn it. Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight TTRPG is going to be lit. Sanderson's making... See, that's a perfect example. I didn't know that was happening, but that's exactly what needs to happen. If people like Stormlight and whatever, and... Wait, is Stormlight the one that's finished, or is... Because I'm reading... What am I trying to read right now? I'm trying to read Way of Kings. I don't remember which one that is. It's either Stormlight or the other one. And I remember one of them is never going to be finished, and the other one is going to be finished or whatever. I don't know what the... I don't remember. Listen, I've been reading some... I've taken a break from fantasy. I've been reading or listening to 40k novels, which has been great. I'm on the third novel of the Vault of Terra, and I'm enjoying it thoroughly. I listen to it for an hour at the gym when I'm on the treadmill. And it's nice. Incline 10, 3 miles per hour. Substantial calorie burn. Let's get it. Did Critical Role make their own TTRPG? They did, and good for them. Exactly. That's a good example. I forgot about that. Daggerheart, I think it's called. They're currently making Daggerheart for Warhammer Fantasy-esque. There's Candela Obscura, the Critical Made for Horror-esque. I forgot about Candela Obscura. That's right. That's right. Star Wars could have one too, yeah. The divide between hard systems runs and more roleplay sport systems is hard to really know into what you want. That's, yeah, it's a good point too, is that you don't really know what the system is that you really want to get out of it or whatever, right? Glad that a lot of companies took the opportunity to create their own stuff. We run homebrew 90% of the time, though. Obviously, we have tons of our own worlds that we play in, so any published TTRPG is just a scaffold of rules. So I like that a lot of people are putting out their system agnostic stuff. Yeah, and I'm that's what I'm gonna be doing for Eldara Elysium. I'm making Eldara as a D&D adventure for accessibility, but I'm writing everything system agnostic because I think that when you write fantasy to fit into something like D&D, you actually write more confined, poorer fantasy, right? There's tons of times that I find myself trying to figure out an idea, and this isn't anyone's fault. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not like pointing at you guys and being like, you're all dumb, you don't know what you're talking about. But that's a strong but. No. So the problem I run into sometimes is I'm like, I try and make something work, and I'm like, I want this cool idea of whatever, and then somebody in chat will be like, yeah, but how does that work if you pick this thing, if you pick a cleric? And I'm like, oh, I got to make that work for being a cleric. And then after stream, I'll be kind of like, wait, why do I have to make this idea dumber and worse just because people are going to play it in D&D? Ah, fuck, I did it again. And I have to pull myself away from that all the time. Making stuff for, like, D&D, whenever I remember that D&D is in service to my world building, I build amazing shit. Whenever I forget that, which still does happen, and I make my stuff in service to a D&D game, awful ideas, awful things. Like, here's an example of a difficult challenge I've sort of run into. I don't think that there should be the ability to play an Astral Knight below level 6. Like, a lot of the way that people have suggested progression, like, oh, you should learn this at level 2, and like and currently Astral Knights get this at level 4, but maybe you should get this at level 2 or 3 instead, and move this thing to level 5. I think to myself, every Astral Knight has all of these things trained to a perfect like amount, to like an exact science. So why should I worry about an Astral Knight starting at level 1? And it's tough because it's like, well, but then it's not playable in the game and whatever. And it's like, fuck. Edge of the map logistics, something like that. This one's the finished one. Way of Kings and Stormlight is archive. Right, Way of Kings is the one I'm reading, and I've been told that I would like Mistborn, but I was recommended against Mistborn by a close friend. She's like, I know your fantasy style and I know what you like, and I don't think you'd like Mistborn as much as you love Way of Kings. So that's why I started with fuck, I forget the first novel of Way of Kings, or whatever it is. No, Way of Kings is no. Oh yeah, no, that's no. I'm thinking of Warbreaker is a different thing. That's why I started reading Warbreaker instead of Way of Kings. Yeah, because Way of Kings is not working for me. There, I got confused. Fabula Ultima is a great JTTRPG system. I've never heard of it actually. Fire Emblem could be cool actually. I don't know if there's a big enough market for it. Prestige classes are cool. Prestige classes are cool. The problem is there's no way to. So here's the problem. If I made the Astral Knight a prestige class and said you cannot take Astral Knight until your 6th level, part of the problem then becomes Astral Knights don't come from other classes. Every Astral Knight is taken in as an Astral Adept from one of the Astral Sage traditions at a young age. So kids or adults, anyone can learn to be an Astral Sage at any time. They can go to their local sages and learn how to be like a local circle sage, or they can go to the big orders and become an order sage. Astral Sage, open to everybody. From the sage orders and sometimes smaller circles, very gifted sages who are of the more spirit side of sagecraft as opposed to the academic side of sagecraft, who can channel the aura very powerfully through their own body and are very physically capable, they will be recruited as adepts to the Astral Knight order. And a certain amount of adepts will pass the sort of trials and selections to become like an apprentice Astral Knight. And this happens generally with younger people, not like 4 or 5-year-olds, but generally when you're like an early teen, 12, 13, 14, you'll be identified by your order as like this student shows a great potential, and they'll present them to the Astral Knights and say, hey, we think that this student would be a great fit for the Knights, or they have the potential. And the Knights are like, great, cool, we'll take them. And so they take them and train them as Astral Adepts for a few years to then become if they don't pass that selection, then they can stay around the order and help out, basically as kind of like a, for lack of a better term, a menial, or they can go back to the Sage Order. And failed adepts that go back to the Sage Order are still considered to be very prestigious amongst the sages, because you got to go train with the Knights, and even if you didn't make it or whatever, you still got to train with them for a while. But those who do make it through selection get to become an apprentice, and they apprentice in the order, and they go off with Knights, and they go on missions and whatever, and eventually you become an Astral Knight. So there's no like, oh, you can only play a Knight at level 10, and it's like, okay, well, what do you do before then? Oh, I'm a fighter, and then I go take my Knight training. Well, you can't do that. It doesn't fit into it. It's not, no, that's dumb. So it's like, how do you make that work in D&D? Do you just like I've taken some liberties with the Astral Knight that are not popular. People have criticized the Astral Knight heavily and rightfully, and I accept it and listen to it and then disregard it immediately. Typically, the criticism of you can't force somebody to take a background for a class, and I said, get fucked. You have to take the background Astral Adept. Your character's story is not that you were some gallivanting vampire hunter until you felt the call of the Astral Aura to become the chosen one. Your story as an Astral Knight is that you started as an Astral Sage, and then when you were very young again, You became an adept, you joined the order, that's how you become an astral knight. And so it's very weird to have astral knights that are like sub-level 10 or level 6 maybe. Aduria, what's up, dude? What's going on? Thanks for the raid, man. How you been, bro? What's up? What's up? What's good? Guys, if you aren't following Aduria, if you didn't know that Aduria often streams before I do, on most of the days that I stream anyway, and I'm often in Aduria's chat listening to him complain about Warframe's UI, that's where you can find me. So go follow Aduria. Aduria's a great streamer. How are the rants going today? What did I complain about? I'm complaining right now about D&D classes, D&D being a poor framework for world building because it limits things too much. Specifically how like things like the Astral Knight can't fit into a level 1 to 20 progression for D&D, right? Grand way of thinking could make Astral Sage and Astral Adept prerequisite feats. Yeah, but the problem is you spend a lot of time in the order as well. So you can't really have a backstory outside of that. And people love backstories. But for me, how do you create something with massive amounts of identity? So we're going to take two examples. Warhammer and Star Wars as examples. So if you want to be, like, let's say a Space Marine, you were selected to be a Space Marine because you were a Imperial whatever that showed enough potential that then you went to a starty, you know, selection or however it works. And then if you were one of the 0.1% that survived the selection process, you got to get all the cool genetic modifiers and shit to become a Space Marine. So you can't have this big long backstory of how you were the coolest dude ever and then you became a Space Marine. What makes the Space Marines cool is they have this rigid identity, this exact precise identity. Same thing in Star Wars with Jedi. You don't have a Jedi that was like, oh, I was a scoundrel for like 10 years gallivanting around the galaxy with my little blaster, and then I felt the call of the Force one day, and then I went to the Order, and I was like, hey, can I learn to be a Jedi? And they're like, sure, man, come on in. No, it's like when you were like 3.5 years old, you were identified as a Force sensitive whatever, and you were brought to the temple to train as to be a whatever the thing is, a youngling before they become a Padawan. And that makes them cool. That gives them identity, and that gives them a structure and a story that's cool. Why do people want to be Jedi? Why do people want to be Space Marines? Why do people want to be these things with strong identity? Because the identity itself is cool enough that you want to embody that story and tell your version of it, right? The problem is it doesn't fit into D&D for a lot of people because a lot of people want to be whatever special fucking pretty unicorn they were beforehand, and now they're the best, you know, astral knight in the world, and you just can't fit that into D&D. So I recognize that the Astral Sage is the way to access power for Eldara. That's like the in-world system without having a rigid backstory requirements. However, the Knight, I am very okay with it being absolutely oppressively restrictive, you know. And if you like that story, you can tell one. And if you don't, and you don't want to be that, then don't, you know. And like Fishy is a failed Astral Knight for the game we were playing. And we got to figure out when we're going to start playing again on stream. Creating false enemies? What do you mean false? Level progression in 5th edition is awful. Game pretty much completely stops working after 12. There is that too. It's kind of hard to play high level. Like, I actually don't like high level D&D, Aduria. I like low level, like 6, 7, 8 are like my favorite levels to get into. I love the progression of, like, I love being shitty in level 1 hurting, and like level 2 being scary, and level 3 you start feeling a little bit more confident, and then 4 and 5 you start getting shit and filling your class out, and by 6, 7, 8 you're like doing pretty well, which is why I think that it was actually pretty interesting that and kind of accidentally good that Baldur's Gate stops at 10 or 12 or whatever it is. I forget when Baldur's Gate stops. It's 10, right? But anyway, they don't go up to like god tier powers and whatever, and I almost think that to me, you know when some people say for like rating systems that like a 10 rating is like very difficult to get, when you're being realistic about ratings, a lot of like reviews and ratings and scores, you know, whether it's food or video games or whatever, 10s are almost never handed out, because a 10 is like there's nothing, you're perfect, right? Even a 9 for a lot of like good healthy review scores are very, very rare. If something's a 7, it's really fucking good. If something's a 5, it's decently fine, you know? And so the way I see DD progression is the same thing, right? Like, if you're a 10, if you hit level 20, that's like godhood to me. The way D&D has marketed it and set up power structures and spells you can cast, like, very, very rarely is level 20 an obtainable sort of like thing in a lot of games, because if you had level 20 characters running around your world all the time, your world would be fucking crazy. It'd be like a Gary's Mod game, right? Like, holy shit, dude. It'd be, if level 20 was easy and obtainable to get to, and like dozens or hundreds or even thousands of people could achieve 10th level in your D&D setting, that'd be a carnage. Which is why in my world, in Eldara, there's a lower power structure. Like, the highest level character in the world is either Yerna Aldresh, I think, or Starspeaker Ariel. And they're both 16th level. And that's fucking crazy what they can do at 16th level. So, you know, I don't know. 10th level is like kind of the highest that most heroes would achieve in Eldara. That's according to D&D progression. But, you know, then again, what is that? So the character's more likely to be cut off from the force by the council than be trained. For older ones, yeah. On Star Wars, it seems you can and anyone can be a Jedi now. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't care about mod. I've heard the Acolyte is just terrible, and I'm not gonna watch it. And like they're trying to change the rules of how Star Wars works, and it's like, man, don't fuck with the rules. Like people like Star Wars for a reason, and the rules that Lucas set up were based in anthropology and myth and all these things and whatever. Don't mess with the rules. So I don't care what new Star Wars says about it now. It's fine. They're cool stories. They're cute and fun and little boppy space popcorn adventures, but a lot of new Star Wars I don't take too seriously in that way. It's part of the reason for those orders struggle so much is they will have to rebuild. When Luke has to rebuild recruit adults, they lack that indoctrination. Yeah, I mean, I've used that word a lot in the Astral Knights. The indoctrination for Astral Knights is intense, which is why, Atomic, sometimes it's confusing people when I say, like, so when we were building the Astral Knight, people would say, well, so they can only use the Astral Steel Longsword. What if I want to use an axe? And my response to that was like, oh, well, originally I was like, I kind of like defensive about it. I was like, you know, they don't want to use axes because they only train with swords, and the axe is like less elegant, and they like the beauty of the sword. And I was like trying to figure out all these reasons to give them the strong identity of the Astral Steel Longsword, which I think is a great identity, and to not have the expressive axes and boulders and nunchucks and whatever that you get, and why it's strong in imagery to see all these knights holding their swords in the same sword forms. And I realized at a certain point in time, what I said that helped me really define the Astral Knights is I realized if you were an Astral Knight, you wouldn't want to use an axe. And so the question, what happens when an Astral Knight wants to use an axe or a polearm or whatever? My response is you don't. And people don't like that in D&D. They're like, whoa, don't tell me what I would want to do for my character. And it's like, no, this is an Astral Knight. Astral Knights are indoctrinated into the order with their values and culture. And a big part of the culture is becoming an absolute master of the forms and techniques and styles that are involved in Astral Steel Longsword combat. You wouldn't want to be an Astral Knight and use an axe. You are proud, maybe even a little arrogant about the superiority of the longsword. It's heretical to think that they would make a weapon in a different form. And I'm kind of okay with that. I know a lot of people don't like that for D&D. It doesn't fit. The Astral Knight doesn't fit into D&D all that well. But that's my point. That's why I was using the Astral Knight as an example. Because it's difficult to make the Astral Knight fit into D&D. And it's one of those reverses where it's like, wait, D&D is supposed to serve my world building. And if I change a core class concept idea like the Astral Knight to fit into D&D, I have done a massive disservice to my own world building, right? What's really fun about the Knights, though, is that you get your backstory through training with your mates, and those are the relationships you have. I think it's great. You know, I love games like that, Saffron, where you say to your players, hey, you are all infantry in this army. You've been invaded. You're all between the age of 17 and 19. You're either a human, an elf, or a taller human with horns. One of the three peoples in the kingdom. And you can be a fighter, a rogue, a ranger, or a cleric. And you have that one of those four archetypes that the military trains. And it's really cool because you get really cool stories out of players when you restrict them down into a focused lens, and then the party is so cohesive and so much more fun to play than when you have like an astral sage from this place and a dragon prince from here and like a knight from this whatever, and everybody's like along the same page, and it's really cool. If you've never played a D&D game like that, absolutely give it a try. It's really fun. It's possible to get rejected to become a knight, then try again years later. So the way that the training will go is once you are selected basically to become a acolyte for the order, your training to then become an apprentice is very rigorous, and you will back out or die before they will reject you. So so you can get rejected there typically, but it's not typically a thing where it's like they say you're not good enough, you know, go home. They've already identified you as having the astral sage components required to become a knight. The selection from acolyte to apprentice is to see if you have the mental and willpower to overcome trials that are very difficult. Once you become an astral apprentice in the order, and you're not necessarily apprentice to a knight, you're kind of in the squire tier. Later on in your time as an apprentice, you will apprentice under a knight. That's why Ella's character Charlotte has an apprentice named Embra, who is her Padawan, you know, that accompanies her on adventures, who is a senior apprentice that will become a knight soon-ish. She's about 17 years old or so, and whereas Ella's character Charlotte is in her mid-20s. So once you become a Padawan in this, an apprentice, your knight will not give up on you. There are very, very few knight apprentices that don't become knights, because the knights, when they take on when the order of knights take on a group of apprentices from the acolytes, they make a oath to them where they're like, we are not going to let you fail. We will not give up on you even after you have given up on yourself. And that's the thing that I really liked from that I take sort of inspiration from the way the US Marine Corps does some of their training, right? Is they have sort of a very firm and stiff sort of like, you know, rigidity to it, but they have this commitment. The drill instructors have this really interesting commitment in their that they give to their recruits, and they say, we are not going to give up on you, right? And so they'll push you and drive you and you know, all that stuff, and be seemingly cruel, but they don't give up on you. And I think that that's a really important component of strength that shows confidence and strength and power in them, where they're like, we are astral knights, there is nothing we cannot do. And in that like sort of vein of like, we are powerful guardians of the astral sage orders, one thing that we will not do is fail an apprentice. So there are apprentices that take longer to earn their knighthood than others. But an apprentice who's an older apprentice, typically most apprentices become knights somewhere in their early 20s. They usually spend about 5 to 8 years around there. But there are apprentices that take longer. And when they take longer, what happens is an apprentice that's having trouble to becoming a knight is their education becomes more of a priority. So up to the point where one of the order masters, if not even the grand master, would take on a struggling apprentice to say like, okay, we're like, now you've been elevated. Now I am going to take over your training, right? Where that rarely happens. It rarely happens in the order. And very, very, very rarely is there a knight apprentice that then fails out. Usually you have to do something really bad or show that your character has been compromised in a way where the knights are like, you are being exiled from our order now. But it's a big deal. It very rarely happens because I'm trying to build that identity of they don't fail, man. The Astral Knights do not fail when they set their mind to something. If you are doing something in the realms of Eldara and you earn the ire of the Astral Knights, there's few things you can do but make whatever arrangements with your creator, right? Like they have a history of that, and I like that identity about them because they don't act all that often, but when they do, they're kind of this powerful force that's interesting to tell stories about. So yeah, there aren't that many rejected. There are many rejected acolytes because they just don't have what it takes to be an apprentice. But once you become an apprentice, you've basically demonstrated you have the willpower to do it. And the knights, there aren't that many failures because the knights will not give up on you. And sometimes it's really hard for apprentices, but the knights don't, you know. And that's something that Ella has built into her RP quite a bit, is her apprentice Embra is a little bit of a, like Astral Knights are by culture very intense. They're not humorless, they're not assholes, they're not whatever, but they're very intense, they're very focused, they're very much like I'd say the demeanor of an Astral Knight's kind of like a watchdog. You know, when you have like there's a dog that's like happy and panting and whatever, and then their like owner gives them a command or whatever, and they're fucking locked in. Like an astral knight that's like locked in is like locked the fuck in, and they're very intense when you're talking to them, especially if they're like on business and stuff. And so Embra is a little bit looser. She's still a kid. She's still like more humored and whatever, and does dumb things. And part of Ella's like RP in her character is to try and guide Embra to that more, to be more serious and to be more of a good astral knight and to do the right thing. Because Embra is a little bit. Part of her character is that she has a little bit of a she's a little bit of a darkness to her, a little bit of like a not an evil whatever alignment, but she has a carelessness. Like the Astral Knights aren't morally obligated to save everybody. The Astral Knights protect the ancient Eldari relics and temples and Astral Sage orders. If there's like an evil king over there doing evil shit to their, you know, the neighboring country, the Astral Knights don't get involved. They're like, this doesn't have anything to do with us. We're not going to get involved. This is other people's conflicts, right? But if like that evil king like says, haha, I've taken this Eldari temple and I'm not letting any pilgrims into like the Eldari temple now the Astral Knights have a problem. And they're going to basically bust the door in, do whatever they need to open it back up to it, right? But Embra is a little bit, but the Astral Knights try and generally do good while they're on their way. You know, if it doesn't hurt their mission, they will try and be a force for good. Basically, they'll rescue the town. They'll do the whatever if they're like on a journey or something. They won't ignore whatever. But Embra's a little more. She kind of like she poses the question sometimes of like, why are we doing this to the party? And the party's like, well, because we got to go save the people. And she's kind of like, well, why? We're here for the temple. Whatever's happening in the city, like, who cares? There's some evil, despotic, you know, trade prince that is extorting his people. Like, there's 1,000 of those across the world. Why are we handling this one? And that's when Ella's character comes in and is like, because, you know, this doesn't interrupt our mission, and we're gonna do it. That's what we do. We're a symbol to some people. So are there schisms from the Astral Knights, like split up orders or strong disagreements based off of dogma? So that would be a really interesting story, and maybe at some point in time it'd be an interesting thing to sort of talk about. But what I'm trying to set up right now is the rule, not the exceptions, because I think the exceptions are ways that DMs can tell really interesting stories. So part of me building the identity is building the rule of like the order is so strong and so secretive and so intense that there isn't that breaking. You know, I could relate it to like the Adeptus Custodes in 40k. It's like, well, what if there's an evil Custodes? It's like, there isn't. Yeah, you don't get to be an evil Custodes because you are locked in, man, you know? So there have been historically breakaways of this where they sort of disagree on certain ways to handle certain problems. And there's also a story that I want to tell, basically a darker side to the Astral Knights where they sort of went a little bit too much into a certain whatever. But I don't want it to, so those things have existed through history, but in current day Eldara, they've really nailed out all those problems and ironed out all those wrinkles. And the Order is like a really strong, intense group of individuals. But the thing is, if you want to tell a story, if you're running a game in the realms of Eldara and you think the Astral Knights are really cool and you want to tell a story, like you want to say to your party, hey, everyone, we're talking about a Eldari rune game here. So pick your Sage or Knight. You can be one of the two.
I neglected to post this, but Rotifas are the gacha player for today.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Thunder Betsaduria. So you say we're playing an Astral Knight game or Astral whatever game. So pick a Sage or pick a Knight, and you can pick one of the two classes. And then you want to tell a story of a group of rogue knights who have sort of thought that they need to do something that's like really immoral, and the Knight Order is like, no, we're not going to do that. That's too immoral. You know, that'd be an interesting story to tell. And I think that'd be really fucking cool if somebody told a story about that. You know, so hell yeah. Let's see the Rotifer for today's gacha player. Ooh. You know what I see when I see this? I'm immediately reminded of the Honkai Star Rail player. Yep. This is Star Rail player. 100%. You thought you could. See, you almost got me, because when you see this, you're like, clearly this is more of like a Fate Grand Order player, like a Star Ocean player. But no. When you see this one, the gaping mouth just asking to eat more shit, This is clearly a Star Rail player. So, yeah, go Water Durian. Good suggestion for today. Which mod is the most like an Astral Knight, and which mod gets kicked out for bad moral character? Eiley gets kicked out immediately. Which is the most like an Astral Knight? Maybe Steph? I don't know, man. That's hard. None of y'all are humorless and intense enough to be an Astral Knight. We disagree so strong on this point, so much that we are excommunicated the Grandmaster. Yeah, like that's a cool story. I don't have any plans to tell a story like that anytime soon, but in going, like, I have ideas but no plans, if that makes sense. So yeah, you tried to flee, you tried to run and dig, but nowhere. These hands will carry you far enough to escape my blade, but no, I pity you. Yeah, some shit like that. Some shit like that. Or a story of knights fighting internally if what they sacrificed to become a knight was worth the cost, if there were other possibilities. Yeah, I mean, like, so you take Fishy's story, for those of you who paid attention to the game that we were playing. So Fishy was a knight that left the order because she didn't fit in with sort of she was an apprentice, she became a knight, and then she decided shortly after she didn't fit in, and she was skilled and adept enough, but like had these sort of tugs and tears. And I think that we might errata it that she never became a knight. She just was an apprentice before she left, because I kind of don't want to sully the idea of what like being a knight. Like once you become a knight, you're kind of in, man. Like you wouldn't make it that far without being in. So I think we're gonna sort of retcon it and say Fishy was just an apprentice, decided to leave the order, had to relinquish her weaponry and all that kind of stuff. Whatever. Still knew a lot about how to be an Astral Knight, to go on this adventure to seek out the knights who, or the knights from before the time of the knights. Like the game is called The Path of the Lumari, and the Lumari were the sages that first began practicing knightly arts with weapons and channeling the astral aura through their body in a way that no one else had before. It was very dangerous and risky and killed a lot of people and whatever. So she's following basically she was attempting to be an Astral Knight, didn't make it at the cut, didn't fit in with the order, left the order on, you know, decent-ish terms to go pursue this non-order but pre-order thing storyline, which I was really excited to tell, and I was really bummed that it had to end so soon. But we'll figure out a time that Fish and I can keep going. You know, she started a new job and she's fucking killing it and whatever, and I imagine overworked and tired and whatever. So in a couple of weeks we'll look at figuring out a time in the evenings every week to continue that game. But yeah, the whole point of the Astral Knights is that they have this really rigid identity, and the problem is, how do you fit that into D&D? How do you fit something like the Astral Knight, or like I don't know, something with an extremely strong identity in a fantasy setting into D&D rules? Because like you kind of have to say that, like, well, these classes don't start before level 6. Okay, but I want to play an Astral Knight. Okay, but we're playing a game that starts at level 1. It's like, what do I do? It's like, I don't know, man. So the way I'm kind of maneuvering or navigating it is I'm kind of saying, look, spiritually, an Astral Knight wouldn't be less than like level 6 or 8. You wouldn't find one lower level than 6 or 8. Obviously, that doesn't work for D&D. So I'm going to try and front load a lot of the core things about an Astral Knight, and the progression's kind of like, the progression in D&D is not the canonical representation of Astral Knights, which sometimes we see this, and I think that it's a mistake for players to identify the lore of a world with the progression in game, where it's like, oh, clerics don't get this thing until they hit this. It's like, you know, Paladin Oaths, for example. I don't really consider a paladin before level 3. Because if you don't have your Divine Oath, you're not really a paladin. I don't know what you are. You're like a holy warrior trained to be a paladin, but you're not a paladin, in my opinion. Part of the paladin is the core component of their oath. But if I was to thematically sort of like try and figure that out, it's easy to navigate. So for paladins in my world, when you start in your order, which there are very many orders to play in, you know, Elle has played 2 paladins in the Growlhammer. You go on with the Growlhammer to prove your worth as a knight. So you become a paladin in training. That's your sort of archetype, but you're not a paladin. You're not referred to in what's in world as a knight of the Growlhammer. So you don't earn your title until you take your oath at 3rd level. That's how I handle paladins before 3rd level. So, right? But if you have an order where it's like everyone in this order is a super good, intense paladin, you couldn't have paladins pre-level 1. That'd be kind of weird, you know? So, what's up, Joe Cuppy? No more fishy game. The fishy game is going to continue soon. It's just I don't really know when. We got to figure that out. So, what's up, Soja? Are there different divisions in the Astral Knights, like some that take care precisely of stolen boats, but this group cares for hijacked temples? No, every knight can kind of do everything, right? And every knight's mission is different and important. Some knights are temple guards for years at a time, and they happily accept that, where they're like, I will sit around this obscure temple guarding it or teaching acolytes or whatever, because that's what the order's sacred mission is for me. And they believe in the necessity of, like, the Astronauts have an understanding of the world and of the systems of the world that not many people in the realms of Eldara do. And I won't spoil anything, but basically the Astronauts understand the importance of the rune sites in a way that nobody else, not even the sages, understand. And so when they are like imagine you are like a knight, and you have to go like people go to these like, you know, different rune sites, and they pray to them and do whatever stuff, and they know they're important, and they like are the elder, whatever. But you know that inside those rune sites is like mega fucking tons of like weapons grade uranium and hydrogen bombs and whatever. You take your like oath to protect that temple pretty fucking seriously, even though the other people are like, dude, it's fine, it's just a temple. They don't understand the full gravity of what the rune sites and what the Eldari runes are. The knights do. So that's a big storyline that I never really talked about because I don't want to spoil anything. I feel I'm worried that I already did. But basically, the knights understand there's an importance to the rune sites that nobody else does. So, so they view any sacred charge from their order as like almost divine, as almost like religious, right? They don't fuck around. If the Grand Master says, "Hey, I need you to spend the rest of your life guarding this one little obelisk of Eldari runes off in the middle of the Relic Coast," the knights just like, got it. Right? We're gonna build a necromancer sect that is neutral, aligned with the focus on maintaining balance between life and death. They're definitely not Diablo necromancers. Those exist, actually. Those exist on there. I haven't built them out formally, but they are a sort of a group of half druids, half necromancers that represent balance of the cycle. So these necromancers are somewhere in the line of like they kind of feel like necromancer paladins, right? They believe that undeath is an affront to the necessary act of life and death. So they will preserve and encourage new life to be formed. So they protect things like the wilderness and the natural sort of wild god forces of the world, right? They also will preserve the sanctity of death. And so if you have somebody that is using like unholy or unnatural magics to keep them and maybe others alive in some way in an undeath, in sort of a cheating of the system, they view themselves as a safeguard for the system to function. They have a belief basically that there has to be a certain amount of life in and life out of Teleria, that you can't mess with it. You can't withdraw from what they call I was memeing it, calling it the life stream because Final Fantasy, but we don't have a name for it, but whatever they believe is the place where like all life sort of comes from and is gifted to the world and then is returned to upon death. They view that as themselves as a sacred protector of this continuous thing happening. So they herald and shepherd in new life and encourage it and protect it. And so they might, you know, if there's like, I don't know, they'll be very offended if there's sort of like unnecessary destruction of life or disease or pestilence or whatever that would prevent new life from sort of springing up and growing and whatnot. They'll also put to flame a forest that is is infected and putrid and cursed to make room for new life, and they have magics to sort of like encourage that to grow, to begin growing the forest. They also have the magics to sort of rip life from a living creature and return it to what they view. So it's kind of in between a necromancer and a druid, but their whole point of it is the cycle, you know, very much in that Diablo-esque way, where I think that's a much more interesting and nuanced necromantic story than simply like, I'm playing with the undeath and I'm going to resurrect things and whatnot, which has happened. But I think that the most interesting sort of necromantic story out there is a story of somebody preserving the sort of the circle of life, you know, and encouraging that to happen, kind of a Lion King-esque way. And they honor it, and they very much tell people not to fear death, because, you know, it's a beautiful part of their journey, and they you know, help and assist it when necessary and when required, and take very much. Right now, their biggest enemies are the Alabaster Consortium, which is basically a group of like kind of like shadowy religious ghosts that are doing shadowy religious ghost things in broad daylight, but no one can stop them because they own all of the things in the Shattered Sea, and every one of the large corrupt houses and guilds are all indebted to the Consortium, because that's what happens when you're growing and you take out too many loans. And so everybody knows the Consortium's evil, but no one's stopping them because everybody owes the Consortium way too much fucking money. So imagine if you feel a country of outlaws, that a practice that is important to an astral sage is one knight decides it's okay to continue it in art and secret, while a knight decides they can't operate in that country at all. That'd be a fucking sick story. Like, shit, man, when somebody's running, when people, if people ever decide to run games in the realms of Eldara, I can't wait for those stories. And I love hearing shit like that, because that gives me confidence that people actually think that the stories are interesting enough to tell their own versions of, you know? Or any thieves try to get into the sites to plunder it. There's not much to plunder. There's like, the rune sites are mostly just giant ancient rocks that you don't really know what to do with them. Sages have certain ways of getting in and around manipulating them, but you regular people, you're just gonna see a bunch of stones, a bunch of boulders. Totally in for the death and life stonks. I like them. I haven't had time to build them out in any sort of practical way. An opportunity for shenanigans if they happen to fail their task, or if they've set off to have to do their task. For knights. I'm sorry, I'm bouncing a little bit, Soja. They keep the economy. Oh, like, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. The life economy in check. They do. They got to keep it, you know, they got to keep it running smoothly, because a buildup, they view it bad as a buildup of too much of this life essence within Teleria, or too much of this life essence trying to get into Teleria will also become an abomination. So, because like they also have this view that life essence will enter and leave Teleria, and if you try and force that to happen, like if you try and like dam up one side or the other and prevent life from entering or prevent life from leaving, it's gonna either spill in or get sucked out in a way that is not going to be very pleasant. That is not going to be the like they have this myth, and I'm not going to say if it's a real concern or not, but this idea of an apocalyptic day of reckoning, where if too much life is preserved in Teleria, too much undeath is sort of like kept back from the returning to the great life force, that there would be basically a vacuuming of life indiscriminately, to withdraw the life streams sort of cut. So who knows if that's actually a mechanical thing that could happen. I don't know, man. I don't know. You have to ask people in game. A group of mediums and Avengers that work with ghosts as a post-life lawyer firm. That's actually legit. Do not fear, Sword of the Astral Steel blazing hot. Do not fear. Yeah. The Astral Knights I want to be very intense. And I want them to have a very strong identity. And they're very cool to play, but you have to really be in on the identity of the knight to play one properly. Which, here's the thing, I understand people are going to say that they find it mechanically cool, but don't give a fuck about being all this stuff. So I have a whole section at the end of the Astral Knight class that I just finished writing a version of yesterday. Actually, I should post the updated version of the knight. That basically says, here's how to play a knight in Teleria properly, to have the most amount of fun. But I start the playing a knight, the section that's like playing an Astral Knight. I start the section with a permission that I don't think I should have to give, but I think it's nice to hear sometimes, that certainly people need from wizards. The permission that I say This is the way that I think is the optimal way of playing it. Obviously, you shouldn't play this at the expense of you having fun. So so take what you want, discard what you don't want. But I encourage you to try the whole thing as it's designed, right? It's kind of like when you have a chef bring you a meal and they're like, hey, if you don't like one thing here or there, like, I get it if you want to pick it out, but trust me, it all sort of like matters for the dish to be, because I think the Astral Knight, the story, the mechanics, and the theme of the Astral Knight forms a gestalt, which is a pretentious word I try not to use because it makes me sound stupid and pretentious and artsy. But I think it's a very important word to use occasionally when it comes to world building. But the Astral Knight, the way I am writing it, is definitely a gestalt of these different ideas that are greater than their parts. And when you remove a part of the Astral Knight because you don't like it, you don't like this, you don't like that, you don't like this thing or that mechanic or this requirement or that thing, I think you cut away more than just what you cut away. And I try and word that in a way that makes sense to people in the post sort of like mechanics part of the Astral Knight. Their depiction of necromancers within the Abhorsen book by Gareth Nix, young adult book but very interesting characters. Never even heard of that. Was it like evil shit or what? Did I describe that? Sounds like they're bound to their duties and vows, but abandoned emotion, humanity. Yeah, I mean, like strength of will is very much a part of them. Like Astral Knights actually get a bonus, I think, to like wisdom saving throws because they have such a strong. I think they're so strong-willed. You it is very difficult to break to break an Astral Knight. I think I literally gave them a defense or something for it, or maybe I didn't write it down. The Guardian, Master of Asaroda, Tenor Technique. Oh, I left it as one of the secrets that you can take. One of the sort of the options you can take. Yeah. Like here. In your Empyrean alignments, you can take Armister Alandria. Jesus Christ, which is the name of a constellation. You gain advantage on wisdom and charisma saving throws. You can't, and part of me wants to take this and make it baseline for knights. At a certain point. Because the whole point is that like knights are so strong-willed. I mean, mechanically this doesn't really work, obviously, to like make it baseline instead of a choice node. But I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. But yeah, Astral Knights they're very duty bound. You don't. If you're playing an Astral Knight canonically, the knight can't be like bribed or encouraged to do something dumb or whatever. Not to say that you can't be like, there are knights that are more humored and will do dumber stuff because they think it's funny. They still have a soul and a personality. It's the kind of thing where it's like when it comes to their work, they're locked in, man. And so most people that interact with knights are interacting with knights in the name of their work. So they can be gentle and whatever and all these things that represent strength, but when they're talking about like important shit, like they're very intense. That's why I use the word intense with knights. Is when you're around them, they're just very intense people, you know. And you've been around people like that in your life probably, whether it was like a friend or a teacher or like somebody that you met or whatever that was a very intense individual. And I met my friends growing up. My friend's dad was. He was I don't know what he did specifically, but he was in the Canadian special whatever. He was in whatever the special forces division that became Canada's special forces before we had special forces. So right now it's called JTF2, which is our like whatever counterterrorism division. It's like our Delta Force SEALs in Canada. But he was whatever that like company of soldiers was before that, and he was a really intense, like seeing combat, whatever. And he was soft and he was kind and he was whatever, but he was talking to him was really intense. He was like locked in on everything. He constantly did like everything to this like ridiculous like way, and that like came down my friend through sports and whatnot. But I remember being in the presence of a person like that, where I was just like, man, he has like this like intensity to him that I couldn't describe. It's not like scary or whatever. It's not. I mean, I don't know. It's like intimidating, but not intimidating. I don't know. It's hard to describe, but that's why I use the word intense. Also a group of druids that attempt to control the reincarnation cycle in that world because the realms of the dead are fundamentally screwed up. That's kind of interesting if you're like expanding your realms out. Yeah. It was more like they maintained the seal between life and death. If I remember correctly, they had a set of 7 bells they used to hold back whatever was trying to push through to do bad stuff. That's cool. So it's kind of like this the sanctity of the cycle type thing, right? Here for an Anakin style Astrolite. Yeah, I mean that's very much like the way Astrolites fight is with like grace and elegance, but also a strength. And I really like the way they portrayed Anakin in Ahsoka series as like he had this strength in the way he fights and this aggression, but it's still very fluid and kind of fencing and whatnot. So are you suggesting the Astrolites are old school paladins, maybe the Royal Guard from the UK? Old school paladins, I don't know. I don't remember how paladins used to function in D&D. I remember paladins always used to be very zealous, kind of like, you know, non-fuck around warriors of their god kind of thing. But I don't know what I don't know. I don't really remember like I don't remember 3-5 paladins being particularly intense or whatever. They're always very devout. I would say that the Astronites are what you would describe them as devout or pious, but they don't represent they're not pious to a god, or they're not devout to a god. They're devout to a force in the universe, you know, to like a magical acting. They're devout to magic itself in its proto form before it becomes any of the magics that you are used to harnessing as a divine or arcane or fel or whatever kind of caster. That's the whole point for the Astral Knight or the Astral Sages, is they take magic from the universe before it coalesces into whatever it is that sorcerers and magicians and wizards and magi and like paladins and clerics and druids all use. That's all like all that magic has been flavored. You know, I view that. Thank you, the Fool, for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Like the way I always think it's an interesting question that when I was sort of designing a system that I think is compelling magic, I always thought that an interesting thing to consider was, where does it come from, right? What was the mechanics or the physics of magic? Byron, thank you for the tier 3 for 50 months. Holy fuck, dude. What the hell? Thank you, dude. Thank you for the support, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. How you been? How's work? Yeah, the idea of where magic comes from, because it's like a druid uses magic, a cleric uses magic, and a warlock uses magic. They all come from very different sort of places, and you can say, well, actually a cleric uses their deity's magic, and a warlock uses their patron's magic, and a druid uses the other realm's magic. It's like, okay, chill. In a world that doesn't have deities or patrons or whatever gifting you magic, the way I like to think of it is that when these people who are in archetypical magic caster roles, which I think are good for fantasy, I do think there's a role for the sort of the less obvious, less stated, or more understated Lord of the Rings type magic. There's definitely a really great place for that, but I like overstated, bold, cool magic. I like it. I think it's fun. It's high fantasy, right? And I've always thought that like the way that you interact with that and the way you understand it as a druid, as a cleric, as a whatever, is you understand it from a very like segmented way. It's like you understanding how to use this general sort of magical force and manipulate it after it's sort of like coalesced in this form that you can understand. You know, after the atoms come together to form sand, you know how to throw the sand. After the atoms come together to form a brick, you can throw a brick. After what you know what I mean, right? But what is the essence of what magic is and where does it come from? And so that mystery is like something that I think is hopefully going to be a really cool payoff for players who pay attention to the Realms of Eldara storylines for a long time. There's like two big story payoffs that I'm thinking about, two mysteries that I'm not very encouraged to spoil because I think they add a lot of interest. And that's two things: is what is Eldara and where does magic come from? Not to say they're connected, but there's just two different mysteries, right? And so when astral sages are pulling magic from the deep places of the universe, that's why they're so aligned with the sky. An astral sage identifies a place in the sky, a constellation, nebula, whatever. This time of the year, if I point my lens at this part of the sky and I draw magic through that lens, I will draw through pure, unfiltered magic. It's not been made into divine, it's not been made into fel, arcane, elemental. It's just pure magic. It's the magic of creation. So the astral sages are pulling this massively powerful force of magic through their their runes, but they have no fucking clue how to use it. So a sage using the forces of their magic, an astral knight using the forces of their magic, they are dealing with the most powerful, unfiltered, unformed potential of magic and creation possible. But the knowledge of how to really use it in the way that the creators, from whatever creator myth you subscribe to, depending on where you are in the realms of Eldara, is a lost, we can't understand or fathom how to do this. But we know how to do little tiny manipulations, how to restore a wound, how to throw a bolt of energy, how to pull something through the air to us or whatever. You understand how to use magic. So I like the sages for that reason. But like, the problem is then trying to fit that into D&D is hard, right? It's like, how do you have that progression? How do you have meaningful progression in a class from level 1 to 20, especially the knights who use that in a special way? I don't know. One of my buddies recommended it, and I love the series. That's weird. Do you think I've even heard of the title? I don't know. One of the first young adult novels I ever read. I was still in elementary school. Sabriel? Wait, what? That? Oh, is that from the? Oh, so you know what he's talking about, Guapo? Okay, listen. I'm illiterate. I don't read. I can't, dude. I don't even know what these words on the screen say right now. I'm just recognizing glyphs. I think this is the MMO I play. I know this one, TTRPG, because this is an important one. But I can't read any of this shit. So I didn't read a lot of books growing up, man. I always had a problem reading. I think I've been accused by teachers and professors and individuals my entire life of being dyslexic. I just think I'm dumb. So I don't know if that's the case, but whenever I read a book, it's a challenge. I've actually gotten a lot better in the last couple of years. I started reading before bed every single night this year as part of my sort of like self-improvement training arc. So I've actually been getting a lot better at reading, and not like losing my place or having to reread things or whatever, like trying to read too many words and then like, my brain was like trying to absorb a whole sentence and it wouldn't know what I just read, and then I have to go back and read it. I have to be really locked in on it. But I've been enjoying listening to audiobooks. So when I'm at the gym or doing something I can focus on, like when I'm sitting at that desk drawing sketches or whatever, I am often listening to an audiobook now, because I found that that's a really good way to stay focused. Because I listen to a lot of YouTube videos and watch a lot of streams, but the problem is if I listen to a half-hour YouTube video and I'm like drawing, big booba anime blue chicks or whatever, like you do on a Thursday afternoon, when you're not streaming, you finish the video and then it's like, oh, I gotta find a new YouTube video. And so you go back to your sub box and there's nothing you really want to watch. You open one of the videos in a new tab that you kind of want to see, but you're not into it right now. So you go back to your like main page on YouTube and you like scroll down a couple times to find a video that's kind of interesting. And it's like a 10-minute video. And you're like, oh, I want a longer video, but I'll watch this one. And so you click on the video and then you got to take a couple of minutes to get back into what you were doing. So I'm trying to dispose of short and medium term content from my like as a necessity. Like I'll go on a work day that I'm not streaming. I'll wake up and I'll go to my computer. First thing I'll do is I'll open my sub box on YouTube and I'll open like 5 or 6 videos in new tabs, and those are the videos that I'll watch, so I know what I'm watching next. And then I won't watch another YouTube video all day. I won't find a video. As soon as I'm done with those things that I know I'm watching, I'll immediately turn on a Twitch stream or a Critical Role or a audiobook or something like that. So I'm not sitting here bouncing around trying to find something new. So I've been reading audiobooks and I've been enjoying it quite a bit, actually. It's helped me out a lot, especially with the gym, because I've always found walking on a treadmill for an hour excruciating. But I've started figuring out how to do that, where I just turn on my Warhammer audiobook and listen to an hour of it. So I think Druid is not as magical, but people who use powders, flutes, and special magic seeds to their missions, that's pretty cool. Yeah, different way of handling it. Think of an astral sage accidentally pulling a color of space. Kind of. Like there are like so Atomic, there is in the sort of to elaborate, or I guess a little bit on the idea of like, are there knights that are bad or whatever. So there are, when you pull this like perfect bit of the astral aura of this magic through space, you basically focus it through your lenses. So you have these little runes, and the runes are, you can focus it, like you put one lens up, and the lens is a lens that takes the pure magic and it makes it like generative magic. Let's just say creates something. And then you put another lens on that makes the generative magic like life and bio whatever, like life-giving magic. And then you put it on like another lens that makes it restorative. And then you put another lens on that allows you to like shape it into a ball and throw it at someone, more or less, you know, allows you to cast the spell. And that's how you form a healing spell. And so as a sage, if you want to cast like a damaging spell, you put a lens up that makes that light or magic a forceful spell, like energy, kinetic energy. You put another one on that makes it like heated, right? And then you put another one on that supercharges the speed of it, and suddenly you throw out this magical like magic missile bolt of like force damage, right? And so that's how astral sages work. Now there are places that are like forbidden places to like pull magic from the sky, because you can draw magic through something, and wherever you're drawing it from in the cosmos, somewhere in between you and it is like a force of darkness. And if you accidentally draw your magic through that force of darkness, you could like burn yourself up and it's like turn to ash. So it's very like astral sages need to align with and need to know stars and star charts and things for their own safety, you know, as to where to like pull magic from or magic through out of the sky to be able to cast their spells. So that's part of an astral sage's preparing of their spells every day, is sort of changing their alignments of wherever they pull magic from in the universe. So, you know, you do one of two ways. You can be either a wisdom or a charisma caster. Or sorry, int or a charisma caster. You can pick actually as an astral sage. And if you're an int caster, you have the more mechanical side of things. You use an astral atlas, a little floating device I draw with astral sages all the time. And you align it and change it and magically make the runes and the space and whatever align to pull magic, even if it's through your own planet, that's fine. But it pulls the magic through from a certain part of the sky based on the timing of the, you know, day and world and time of the year and whatnot. And so your atlas does all those like magical calculations for you. Or you can be the more charisma caster, where you align yourself with the auras of the sky and you know where to pull magic from. And you have to sort of realign yourself every morning or every long rest or whatever to like know where to draw magic from safely. Knights do that side of things. So knights don't use little devices to draw magic through the sky. They draw magic into themselves through their big ass tattoo they have on their chest or back. Sometimes both. So they do it that way. But there are places that are like forbidden or dangerous to pull magic through the universe. So you could have easily a bunch of astral knights that found a forbidden constellation or something, and they pulled magic through that. It gave them dark powers that corrupted them and whatnot. And that's kind of an interesting story you could tell. But yeah, there's stuff like that, I guess. So I don't know. I need more water because I'm dying. My throat is fucking killing me because I'm not used to speaking for more than 4 minutes because I've been off for a week. So I'm going to quickly go get another refill of my water, which I've gone through a lot faster than I anticipated. And when I get back, you know what? This week we're allowed for revolts. Oh, you need to know. Wait, hold on. What is this, Ella? What the fuck is this? For what? For what purpose? Dice tray? Oh, gold. What the fuck? Yeah, absolutely gold. The silver just like... Yeah, no, the silver bad. Blackwood, gold good. Unless you don't want the contrast and you want it to focus on the dice more, in which case do silver, and then there's just like kind of a cool little like image kind of like superimposed in the background that you don't really see. I don't know, both look fine, whatever you prefer, whatever looks good with material, or more of the material. Okay, BRB. All right, we back. We back. We doing it. Why my Spotify pause? Fuck. Weird. All right, I got water with electrolytes, sodium, potassium, magnesium, and I had 20 grams of Ritz crackers. A little morning snack to keep me going. God, I'm so annoying in weight loss mode. I fucking hate it. Okay. We got a floating shrine with monsters we need to draw. Terrible, terrible creatures. Brutal, angry, destructive, in service of a dark god creatures to populate it with. Or, to sort of translate that into more like relatable, understandable terms, Yu-Gi-Oh players. So, okay, I'm done. We're done dunking on Yu-Gi-Oh players for no reason. They don't deserve it. We're just being mean at this point in time for nothing. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. Okay. Hit record on this. What's the shrine like? The shrine is sort of a strange set of pools with this kind of like what's the best way to describe it? This kind of like glowing water in it that's sort of like magically enchanted. The pools are like a collection of, it turns this water into like rainwater into like holy water, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to describe its function. But the shrine, the pools can be corrupted. Perhaps there's some entity that's found its way into the sacred pools. Some obnoxious 7-year-old that peed in the pool. Some drunk uncle that fell in the pool with his double-fisted cans of Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now the pool is like some small percentage disgusting, watery American beer. You're like, God damn it. It's not like gross enough where you're going to clean it, but like, you know, you're just like kind of upset about it. I don't know. I've never owned a pool. I don't know what upsets pool owners. Astral beverage? Yeah, exactly. It's Astral Mountain Dew. 100%. I'm glad we can finally be honest about that. It's Eldara Baja Blast. It's where Eldara Taco Bell gets it. You always wonder, where does Mountain Dew find, or where does Taco Bell find their Baja Blast? Well, they don't get it direct from Taco Bell. Or sorry, from Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew just owns the region that Baja Blast comes from. Where they mine it from these sacred pools. I've thought this through, man. I thought it through. I don't want to go too heavy on the too heavy on the shading for this, because obviously we're gonna paint it in. That's the whole thing. You know, I take a bunch of these like pieces that I've done recently and put them as additions to my intro screen slideshow. I realized this morning when I sat back down after I went downstairs and got my water that I had a lot of old work in my slideshow and only about 15, 16 pieces, and I should update that shit, you know? Being an artist is hard, man. Yeah, those pools are healing at all? No, they are not healing pools, unfortunately. They are pools of mostly decorative water that is sacred to certain individuals for rituals and allows for the channeling of certain magical effects to happen. One of the stops on this year's Runewind journey, if we do it. Maybe. We'll see. been thinking about that a lot, because if we do a Runewind journey, it's going to be in July this year, so I gotta figure that out pretty quick if we're going to do another Runewind challenge as a guild. There was a lot of enthusiasm over the last one we did, but not a lot of follow through, and a lot of people didn't want their badges, and it kind of fell off. So I don't know. I don't want to hold an event if it's not like, if people aren't gonna, you know, want to engage with it. Not because it's like I'm worried, oh, only a couple people want to do this, but it's more fun if it's something that's like more special and happens less often, and more people want to engage in, because then you like Inktober. I don't think we're gonna do this year. Depending on the size and sentiment around it, there's just like not a lot of people that are jumping in on it, and it feels a little demoralizing sometimes if you are working really hard at this challenge and like there isn't many other people doing it as well. Be better to find one in a bigger Discord or a bigger community or something, I guess. Most people can only handle so many drawing challenges, so same sort of idea. That, or I'll just say fuck it because I want to do it myself. So who knows? Maybe I'll just do it. There's a lot of stuff and ideas and things that I've put on hold because I feel like it's not the right time, but things that I want to do, you know? At what point does that become more important, right? I don't know. I have yet to ponder this. It'd be fun to do some sort of like recorded like process challenge like this, where you have to do like, you have to like draw a panel landscape and record the entire process. But that's a little bit harder to like, that's a little bit less accessible. People would have to download OBS, you know? So maybe I do that, because I think that artists, one of the biggest things you can do as an artist, like for your growth, is to engage with social media, with video, especially short form content. Maybe like practice for people. Get them started on the road to posting their stuff like this. Could be fun. I gotta figure like a prize or something like that for the wieners. To incentivize the people to want to participate. I don't know what kind of prize I could provide. If I was a better artist, I could be like a project mentorship with me or something. But I have to become a good artist for that to be valuable. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. Rain snake, a beast made of stray rain in that protect the corrupt pools to be its nest. Ooh. An elemental creature taking up a nest in the pools. That's a cool idea. Pitch one drawing per week, but its topic is whatever the current bits meta is. Oh, God. So it's currently gacha players? Oh, no. You really want people to be out here drawing, like common garden worms and stuff, Ashy? Really? Do you know how much troll... Oh, God. Do you know what Aduria would do? Like, that's devious. That's actually devious. You know what I was thinking of doing, Ashley? Tell me if this is a dumb idea. Like actually tell me if this is a dumb idea. I think it might be a dumb idea. I just need I need people I trust tell me it's a dumb idea. I was thinking about doing a design challenge, and I want it to be a VTuber design challenge, because I think VTuber character designs are so interesting and are some of the last places for like actually original character design. You know, like gacha games, they do a lot of cool stuff, but like a lot of video games and stuff, everything's like so samey. One of the things I love about VTubers, not so much the anime. I mean, I love anime, but the aesthetic gets a little repetitive. And I'm talking about how it's like non-repetitive, so it does sound like it kind of doesn't fit. But I want to do like a VTuber design competition, partly because I want to do one. And it'd be fun to get people to start thinking about like a story, a concept, or whatever. Because like when you're doing a D&D character, you're thinking about how it's like practical and how it fits in with the class and everything like that. When it comes to things like characters in games or VTubers or whatever, it's all just like aesthetic. You're not worried about like, oh, well, I'm making a cleric for my D&D game, so I need my cleric to have this set of garbage robes and vestments so that they can cast their holy spell. You're like, okay, chill, dude. Chill. What about Evangeline? What about Evangeline? That trash tier VTuberess? She thinks she's an artist? Never actually produced a piece of art that I liked in her entire life? Evangeline is the kind of person that has a face for being a VTuber. Why doesn't she talk on her stream? Because she sounds like a strangling toad. A strangled toad when she speaks. Better keep her fucking mouth shut. Keep her face off of my Twitch feed. Thank God she found being a VTuber, because otherwise people knew how just degenerate and decrepit of a person she was. How lack of personality she has. There's like somebody brand new that like just hit the stream for the first time, has no idea what I'm talking about, and be like, wow, this guy's an asshole. Yo, what does Evangeline chick do to him? Holy fuck, why does he hate her so much? I need one of the mods. I need you guys to remind me. Set a reminder for March 25th, 2025. I need one of you guys to remind me on late March, to make a promo video for a D&D campaign, a one-on-one D&D campaign that I'm going to run with Project Evangeline. And I'm going to debut it on Twitter and everywhere on April 1st next year, and then never talk about it again. Delete the post and gaslight everyone that said that they saw it. That's what I need to do. I don't know what you need to do, but that's what I need to do with my day. And then, like I said, never bring it up ever again. Yeah, never heard of her. Fucking me either. I want to do all of the like channel branding stuff for Project Evangeline and Ella. Get their channels good. Ella has to start streaming again, though. She wants to. But she spent the last 2 weeks nursing me back from the brink of death. So she was going to start in June. Sorry. I forgot what fucking month we were in. Forgot what month we were in. She's gonna start in June, but she's too busy making sure I didn't die. Very much looking forward to it. We're gonna figure it out, though. We're gonna figure out our microphone setups to be able to run Discord through voice meter, so we can have noise gates and stuff, so we can stream in the same room. Because the problem with Ella and I is we used to want to stream games together, but we can't. We can't both have our microphones on via Discord in this room. It picks it up. So we need to change our sound settings. And I wish I knew an expert in voice meter. I could just get to do it for me. The voice meter is a little more niche. A lot of people know audio. Very few people know like the digital audio products like voice meter. So I can just set it up, get perfect audio, do the same settings on Ella's computer, because she's got all the same tech or hardware as I do. She has the Shure MV7, that's what this is, right? And then like the Scarlet Solo, the Dynamite, whatever booster thingy. So we both have very good hardware. We just need to do the digital cabling and whatnot so that we can route our good audio and good settings through Discord, and then we can stream together. And then we can start sitting around playing video games again together, because we haven't played games together in a long time. And it's actually in our marriage contract. We have to have a certain amount of time spent playing video games every week. Lest I be accused of being married to a normie, or Ella the same. Imagine marrying a non-gamer. Like, what do you even do? I like to give the benefit of the doubt to all my friends that like have non-gamer spouses, but when I ask them what they do, it always sounds so depressing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. It's true. I asked my friend James what him and his wife do, because he's like married to like an absolute non-gamer. He's like, I don't know, we just like watch like TV and stuff together. Like, what do you watch? He's like, yeah, you know, The Bachelorette and stuff like that. What Jay, you watch The Bachelor? What? Like, yeah, then you know when the wife and kids are asleep, then I get to go play games. I'm like, holy shit, that sounds fucking nightmarish. Nightmarish. I'm sure it works, right? Don't get me wrong. I know lots of successful marriages between gamers and non-gamers. It sounds terrifying to me. You know? It's like, imagine not even playing D&D with your spouse. What do you have in common? When you talk about your day, talk about how Starbucks got your order wrong, but it was okay because you found a new drink that you liked. What are you gonna do? Look at fucking cat videos on TikTok with each other? Holy fuck. Imagine not rating or pursuing any dumb imaginary gaming achievement together. Alright. Second island done. I'm gonna name this one after Guapo because he's the current mod here. We're gonna call it Isla Guapis. To be proper. Proper grammatically. Alright. Dude, I don't think like, these bridges are selling the bridgitude. I really need color for this. I'm like anxiously trying to figure out what kind of details stuff I can put on the stupid bridge, but it's like, no, I just gotta have faith. I gotta have faith. I got color coming later. It's gonna make sense. It's gonna look better. Just don't overdo it. Transitioning these sketches to being color pieces is like actually one of the biggest challenges of my life. And I've had some pretty big challenges, man. Like, I rated Molten Core. Alright? In 2004. I rated Blackwing Lair before Tier 2 had its visual set put in the game. Alright? Back when it was this blue regular plate armor set from, like, World Drops. You look stupid. You downgraded from when you got your Might set to your Wrath set. That's a problem that you have to be at least 36 years old to know. I think I've missed the degenerate drive. Excellent! Me too, Saffron. Feel alive again. What's your current degenerate drive for right now, Saffron? What are you pursuing? Do you have a campaign you're writing for, or do you have a character you're developing? One thing I missed the most about when I was away was hearing about what people were working on. That's a big part of streaming for me, is like feeling like I'm doing stuff with people, and we're all like working on our own shit and doing projects and talking about games we all play and shit like that. Which is another problem, man. I gotta find some games to be excited about and some like media to be excited about. I want to talk about that today. I feel like I need some advice, some help. I'm having a hard time finding anything to be excited about right now, and I feel like maybe other people can relate. It's like every game or every franchise or every TV show or whatever that I used to be excited about just kind of fucking sucks now. It's like I don't know what to be excited for. You know, so I'm trying to like jump into Final Fantasy 14 because people are like pretty high on it right now. It feels good to be excited about something in tandem with other gamers and people. And you have monster in astral vision, a solid form of magic taking shape and the ability to astral knights or sages. Coalesced astral magic. That's cool. Kind of like a wild, irresponsibly summoned coalescence of pure astral magic. That's a great idea, dude. I love that. Domestic light conversations with non-gamers, both of us nodding along while not understanding what the other person is talking about, but it's nice because they're excited. So, like, here's the question, though. Do you both have at least... Does your non-gaming spouse-to-be have, like, hobbies, though, that you can talk about? Interests? Because I'm talking about the dystopian reality of, like, oh, we both like go to work and like the most interesting thing that happens is like Starbucks. So when you say like we talk about our interests that the other person doesn't really understand, I totally get that. That's totally healthy and fine. You know, especially like it even works better if they're both like sort of nerd aligned, right? It's like one person plays cozy games, the other person like rages at League or some shit like that. Like that's even better, even if you're not playing the same game. But at least you have like hobbies that you can sort of like relate to. You know, like when Ella talks to me about dice, like I understand quite a bit about dice, but there's also stuff that I like don't get and like don't care to learn about and stuff just because I don't have enough brain bandwidth to learn everything. Or when she talks to me about like software engineering problems, and I really am interested in it, but I just don't have the like the knowledge pool to like understand what the fuck she's talking about. But it's still interesting, and I'm still really like pumped to hear her talk about some cool thing that she figured out. We're working on that. Her hobby is her work. Oh, it's a problem. Yeah, it's a problem. I get it though. You know, that's like sometimes like look, Viddy, I am all for a toxically productive season of your life. A rise and grind, fucking let's go. Work is all you care about season of your life because you're trying to place yourself in a position where, you know, whatever. Like I'm okay with the stress and like I did that. I told my friends and family, I said to everyone, I'm going to burn out and hurt myself. I'm going to incinerate myself for a couple of years. And I need you to bear the burden of that, of watching me hurt myself. And all my most supportive friends basically said, it's going to be hard to watch, but I love you enough to not tell you to stop. And that means a lot to me. You know, what I found was not okay was when friends would say, I can't watch you do this. It's like you got like fucking whatever, you passed out at this thing and what blah 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 blah. Like I can't watch you burn yourself out like this. And it's like, well, why? I need to prove to myself I can do it. Like fuck you, you know. I think of it like kind of like sports, where it's like, you know, you can't push your body to the brink to become the greatest fucking whatever player of all time. It's like, yeah, you can. Like watch them. It's gonna hurt them quite a bit. So I'm all for a grind season, to use a memey, not great, degenerate term that I think is kind of a joke. But you know what I mean, right? Just a time of your life where your focus is your job and your career and your passions are all sort of like lined into that. But at a certain point in time, I think there does need to be a separation of interests for most people. Most people realize that like you spend all this time working so that you can what? Be successful at the thing you want to do. And then what does that get you? Well, if I'm successful, I'll be happy. Like, well, what does happiness look like to you? Well, I'd love to have freedom to do what I want and hang out and not feel scared and be able to hang out on the weekend and do fun stuff with my family. It's like, okay, well, you could also just do that now. And it's like, oh, fuck. Wait, you right. So, I don't know. It's probably healthier for most people to have interests and hobbies outside of their work. Depending. But also, you don't become the greatest unless you're obsessed. You don't. That's a big problem with artists. A lot of artists don't want it bad enough to put in the work to be good at art. And so they stay their entire career as a mediocre artist that can't quite figure out how to do shit. and never quite makes art that they like or inspires anybody because they don't put the time in doing the stuff that's not fun because they're not obsessed with it. Obsession is necessary. So it's like, I can't say like, oh, you can't be obsessed with your work all the time, but you definitely can. If it is at the expense of your relationship, like Elle and I see playing video games together as a recentering of time together. It's productive. It's required for us in that way, you know? So that's why, like, I think those like gaming's such an easy mode cheat for those like spousal hobbies, because you both have something you can like sit down and play Final Fantasy for a couple of hours together or do whatever, you know? Like MMOs and games you can play together, co-op, whatever, are just like easy mode cheat codes for solving that problem. But there's lots of ways to solve the problem, I think. What do we do today? Well, I know, but I figured to ask anyway. We spent a lot of time talking about the Astral Knight class. And then we spent the first 2 hours of the stream talking about the Astral Knight class. And now we're just doing some sketching. Good to see you, Master. My sister would have asked if she wants to see what I bought at the con. I don't know anything about the stuff, but you are excited, so I'll listen. There you go. Yeah. To be fair, her work is really interesting. She works with special ed kids and does diagnosis assessments. Yeah, totally. No doubt that it's probably very compelling, interesting stuff. I knew she was in education. Also not a ton. Wait. Also a lot, so not a ton of bandwidth for hobbies outside of puzzles and the occasional slime rancher. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Where I'm at right now is I have developed part of my routine is a rest day, where I try not to do any work on that day, and I'm trying to make that day Saturdays. So Saturday is the day that I focus on, like, Elle and I will try and get our house cleaning done on Friday night. And then on Saturday when we wake up, we have a clean house and whatever. And we can go on a big long walk somewhere, take Unit out, go on, and we focus on our health and stuff. And we go for a big long walk or outing or a big long gym session. And then typically we'll come home and like rest for a while because we're tired out because we just walked like 8K or some shit. And then we will like nap around for a couple of hours and then usually play games and stuff and have something fun for dinner and whatever. And it's nice to have that time built in, but there was also like years where I didn't, and I understood the necessity of not having that time built in. For me, I sort of had this thing. I'm not saying like this is a lack of realization on anyone who doesn't do this part. For me, I sort of realized that I was spending a lot of time of what should be considered some of the best years of my life, not enjoying them with Ella. And it's like, wait, when I'm like old and shit, will I like regret that I spent time like with my wife doing dumb fun stuff? And because I had bandwidth problems too. Like, I don't feel like doing anything. I'm so tired from work and whatnot all week. But to me, I sort of felt like it was one of those like, suck it up, bitch. Find the bandwidth, find the energy, you fucking weirdo. And I needed to talk to myself like that because I felt like I was sort of failing by not finding the time for that for Ella and for us to hang out and do stuff. I was just tired and sad all the time, which I'm still like, I don't do well. I'm just saying that it's a fight that I haven't given up on. Yeah, because like, I mean, you go to Walmart with your spouse because whatever, like, fuck it, who cares? You go to have late night McDonald's, go buy some Pokemon cards at the thing, go for a big walk because, you know, I realized that in a year of working, it's like, how many days off do we have together? Like 12, 13? Holy fuck. That's not a life I want to live. You owe it to yourself. Sorry, the rhetorical me is what I said to myself is you owe it to yourself and your spouse not to be a fucking work-obsessed weirdo all the time. You must take time to devote to the simple action of engaging in hobbies with your wife. And that was a big turning point for me. But I also had to spend 3 years of not doing that before I felt comfortable spending time doing that. So it's tough, man. It's tough for everybody. Cracked monolith golem taking the shape of a floating monolith when unactivated. Natural protector sustains a harsh hit, cracking its magical veins, sending it into a destructive fury. I like that. The idea of like the monolithic stone structures I draw like coming to life. That's pretty cool. That's really dope, actually. I like that, Axman. You know, it sounds sick. It does sound sick. I actually really like that. Actually, on that note, something we're working on though. How have you and Ella handled being together for so long and changing as individuals? The school phases of life, changes of interest, etc. We change, but like there's still a lot about us that is the core. That's like Ella and I focus on what's still the same, and we haven't changed in such a way that like there's an incompatibility, but I think because I've thought about this in the previous, in like the most recent years. Ella and I see marriage and relationships as not something that happens to you, but that you do to with somebody else. So I think that and this kind of like moralizes a little bit, and so I'm like hesitant to sort of like kind of commit to it, but this is the way we see it, and I know it doesn't work for everybody, and that's totally fine. There's other ways to do it, but we see it as there is a moral responsibility to stay recognizable and to want to grow into other things with your spouse, and to find interests that your spouse can come along with, and to, when your spouse like says, hey, I want to go do this, then to like be like gung-ho about it. And there's stuff that Ella and I like are incompatibly do not give a shit about the other person's interests, but there's very few of them. Like Ella has been on a like a Hamilton binge right now, and she's working. Ella loves rewatching, like she's got that ADD sort of like rewatches the same thing a lot, and I can't stand musicals, man. I can't stand Hamilton, Greatest Showman, all those. I can't fucking stand them, and Ella knows that, and she doesn't listen to them when I'm around, right? But there's also stuff that I wasn't a fan of or whatever, that I'm not like super interested in, that is important to Ella, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna like get into it. And so it's like, sometimes people think that it's this passive thing that happens to you, staying connected and staying the same with your spouse, that like growing apart happens. I think growing apart happens. This is my super hot take that people are gonna argue super hard with me about, and that's fine. I do not judge or assume that anybody has this problem or doesn't have this problem. I think when people grow apart, often, in my personal experience, I think that it doesn't just happen. I think you let it happen. You know what I mean? And so if there is one thing that you have, no matter what, you're like, I'm grabbing onto my spouse, and no matter where the storm of life takes me, no matter where my interests, my passions, my evolution as a person, their evolution as a person, I'm not letting go of this fucking hand. It is non-negotiable. Then you end up kind of growing together. You find things that you both want to do. When it comes to games, it's like, I want to play Stardew Valley. She wants to play Diablo. Okay, I don't know. Like, I don't really want to play Diablo. She doesn't want to play Stardew Valley. Okay, do you want to try Minecraft Dungeons? I'm like, no, I'm not super interested in Minecraft Dungeons, but like, I'll try it. So we have something to do together. So like you could say like, oh, I grew this way as a gamer, and she grew that way as a gamer. We didn't want to play the same games anymore. Well, we found the same fucking game that we were both found tolerable, and we forced ourselves to play it. And you find, I think, that when you do things with people you love, that you start to really love it too. So I think that it takes a lot of work to not grow apart from somebody, and that you will change as you grow. But if your core value of you are changing always for no other reason than the betterment of your unit as your duo, the two of you, then I find that growing apart is something that almost never happens. That your interests never sort of diverge that much. That whatever is important to your spouse, you must make important to you. You're allowed to have a couple things like fucking musicals, like I get it. Or Battletech and Mech Warrior for me. Ella does not give a fuck about Mech Warrior and Battletech. You know, but I will still listen to a musical if you know, I'll tolerate the musical, and she will tolerate, like, when the new Mech Warrior comes out, she wants to play with me. You know, because we can still find some love of it because the other person loves it so much. And that's what matters, you know, but we won't force upon the other person that if it's not kind of like in our combined interest, we won't spend too much time and investment in it. So we don't grow apart in that way. But Ella and I have always been very like closely knit like that in our interests, so it's not as much of a problem for us as other people who I joke about are like, how do you marry someone that isn't a gamer? And I'm like joking about that stuff, but like literally I have no idea. You draw a little rat running across the bridge. I love rats. I could, but the bridge is really large. Like the problem is this is a tree right here, so like human for scale, you know, human for scale. Like, I could draw a rat, but you're not gonna like it. Just need to fill in this 1 pixel. Like, there you go. It's there. Again, I said you weren't gonna like it, but I can't zoom in that far, my friend. I absolutely would if I was more zoomed in. A rat running across the bridge is definitely a seller of floating island for me. So, those boring regular bridges or mystical bridges suspended for years of mysterious ancient runic magic? Absolutely. Absolutely. What if she wants KFC, but I want Taco Bell? Well, you figure out what you both want. You compromise on A&W. That's what you do. Or you decide that you're going to put aside your want of Taco Bell and have KFC simply for the fact that your spouse will be happy. And if that's all you need in your life is seeing your spouse happy, then your sacrifice is you'll begin to enjoy Taco Bell. Or sorry, because you see how much she enjoys it. I don't know. I think everybody has a different way of approaching it. I don't think there's a right way of doing it or a wrong way of doing it. It's just that's the way Elle and I have always thought about it. Elle and I have never thought that our relationship is something that happened to us. It kind of did, but we saw like I saw my parents' marriage collapse, and I think that I learned a lot, and other people's marriages collapse around me, and I learned a big lesson what happens when you stop trying, you know, which might not be always true, but for me, I always view it as a decision you make as whether or not to make something work or not, you know, and both people have to make the decision to make it work. Black Swoop, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. I hope you also enjoy floating islands like I do. Sounds terrible. Wait, what? The only people who were here will now know that 1 pixel. Yeah, you guys will all know this pixel's a rat. I worry no one else will, and that's fine with me. If every one of you guys knows it, I'm satisfied with that. That's a world I can live in, as long as somebody knows it's a rat. You didn't answer the question if they're regular magic bridges. I said they were magic. I said absolutely. Absolutely they're magic. What are the names of the Shattered Sea flying crystals? They're called sky shards, Axman. Called sky shards. But, you know, Viddy, that philosophy for me is not going to work necessarily for anyone but Elle and I. It's like really hard. I can like it's interesting to talk about insights and stuff, but it's hard to sometimes glean anything useful from it when you see the way somebody else. You know, I had a friend of mine tell me something like, hey, if you guys grow apart one day and like you want to end things amicably, like that's fine. People grow apart sometimes. It happens. Like you just got to know that like have acceptance. Enjoy every day that you have together, and if something happens one day where you realize you're not compatible anymore, then just like, you know, be okay with it. And that works for them. Doesn't work for me. I don't want to surrender my life to chance like that. But maybe it isn't. Maybe it's a surrendering of your fate, which you need to do to revoke the concept of attachment or some fucking yogi shit. I don't know, man. What's the rat's name? The rat's name is Mortimus. Mortimus was once a powerful lich, an undead alchemist, that the adventuring party of the Dragon's Claim, Endric Avalon, Alara Avalon, Yurna Aldresh, and 2 other great champions attempted to end Mortimus's life, to channel his powers of undeath back into the people whose souls he siphoned and stole, to return their vitality to them. However, his life was then bound to theirs, and if Mortimus's life ended, so too would theirs. So the powerful Witch of the North, Yurna Aldresh, transfigured his form into a rat and wiped his mind to that of a lowly rat. They let him free in a sacred pooled site where there are no natural predators, no monsters, no adventurers wiling to kill things, where life is sacred and even a rat could be protected. So now Mortimus lives out his days hunting scraps of seeds and whatever else grows in the flower beds on this pool, bathing in its natural magic enchanting waters, forever protecting an entire village until one day the last member of the village peacefully passes naturally in a few hundred years, where Yurna Aldresh will take her revenge. She will find Mortimus based on the tracer rune she left on his belly, and she will end his terrible reign. Or perhaps take pity on him, for he knows nothing more than being a simple rat. We'll see. We'll see. That isn't the relationships of all kinds you need to figure out? Yeah, totally. Yeah. Just since the islands were created, takes a while for him to cross the bridge, so his trip to get to the first island went to the second one. Yeah, he just takes a day, man. It's a... You gotta take an entire day off, bro. Endrick Yurna's turning people into rats again. It wouldn't be the first time. Yurna's kind of an asshole. Like, that's what nobody gets about Yurna. She's kind of a dick. She's not, like, evil, but she also has a bit of a, an interesting sense of justice. Let's just say that. She has an interesting sense of justice. To those who are unjust, she can be described as cruel. Has she turned petty thieves into rats before? Only to be sent out to the streets and squashed under a horse's hoof? Wouldn't you? Maybe for this person, for him takes 10 years? Damn. 10 whole years? That's fucking... That's a D&D campaign right there. So be side quest, figure out why Yurna's turned people into rats. Figure out why, and then it's something super petty and stupid. Like, she made a bet with somebody that she could turn 100 people into rats without them without people noticing, or like figuring out it was her around Grand Crest. So she just tries to find petty criminals now as some like vigilante crusading nighttime hero roaming the streets for pickpockets and purse cutters, in order to turn them all into fucking rats. No, Yurna, you can't do that. He just stole a noble's coin purse. That's it. He's got a family to feed. What are you doing? To which she announces, "You cannot judge me, Imperius. I am justice itself. We were made for more than this. But if your laws bind you to inaction, then I will no longer be your brother." As she rips off her wings, to which Imperius hisses, "Sacrilege!" And thus she fell by choice. Or some shit like that. I don't know, man. I don't play fucking Yurna on D&D. She's a Myth Loki type Avenger? Maybe. I haven't seen an Avenger after the one with Ultron in it. I haven't seen it like almost any Marvel movie after the Ultron. So I don't know. I don't know shit. I don't know if Loki's a good guy now or what. Very wide population. The rat population is growing rapidly out of control. Yeah, the rat catchers are like, these rats are so sneaky. They're so like they know what we're saying almost. It's crazy. Like they can understand us. Well, for those of you who are very veteran, let's just say, of the Dragon's Claim, you'll know that rats have a particular place in the Guild Kitchen's lore. I'll say. That's all I'll say. Imperius can economically have created the metric system. Absolutely. Seems like the kind of thing an archangel would do. You're gonna drunk the wine cave again? She drunk the wine cave? The whole cave? Holy shit. She would, wouldn't she? And not this Urna. Wait. Not wrong Urna. Wrong Urna, okay? This is not the correct Urna. Okay, this is Urna Avalon, not Urna Aldresh. So let's just get that squared away. I don't want anybody mixing those two up. Angels appearing on Eldara is a mythic occurrence, right? Angels appearing on Eldara, there hasn't been any reference to angelic divinity yet in the world's history.
I am the night. I am justice.
She is.
For last our wrath.
She is. You understand, Rob. You're Viddy, sorry. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I saw a green name. I called 3 people with a green name Rob today because Rob was in here earlier. My name dyslexia is back. I mixed up Azalea and Azura earlier today. And you know what? I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to catch it every time. Yep. That's the way it is. Thank you 100 bits, Viddy. I appreciate it. How is that not evil? I mean... yeah, you kind of deserve it. Angels in the Eldarin outfield. When did Angels in the outfield come out? That's brutal, Guapo. Because that's not a classic, man. That's brutal. Got a bunch of teenagers doing this out in the fucking stands or whatever. Yep. Let's go with a message I sent previously talking about Urna. You heard of the Marvel villain Dog Welder? Oh, used to be a bear villain. Oh, that, okay. No, I've never heard of that. No, that's some like obscure comic shit. It's within 20-year limit. It is not within the 20-year limit. I'm sorry, Guapo. I'm sorry. I'm tragically sorry to be the one to deliver this. But no, that is not, unfortunately, within the 20-year window. I'm evil, stop laughing. Is that a short joke? I believe the correct response to that, Thorkin, is a Yordle. Ugh. Why does the dude in the ice hate Yordles so much? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Why is whenever you play a Yordle, he's disgusted when you respawn? What did Yordles do to him that made him so upset? Because there's history there, man. Braum? No, the fucking dude in ARAM. Is his name Braum? Is his name also Braum? ARAM NPCs. Howling Abyss. He's not the mechanic guy. He's the one frozen in the ice. What's his name? The NPC, yeah. No, I can't find his name. You know, you spawn in as Ash and he's like, is that the bow of Avarosa? And you're like, no, bitch. It's the bow of Ash. Come on, man. And of course there's the other guy that's like, wait, why is the other guy reverent of Ash? Why is the merchant guy, the mechanical merchant dude, why is he like, welcome Ash, lady of the howling fjord? Like, why are they fighting if the merchant dude and the dude in the ice both like revere and respect Ash. I don't understand why they're mad at each other. League of Legends lore just tore itself wide open for me, and I just don't understand any of it. It's dumb. And I haven't done my League of Legends art books check in a while. Riot Games merch store. I haven't checked to see if the book is back up in stock. We're gonna check that. Collectibles. Wait. Accessories, art, posters, prints, comics, and books. No results. God fucking damn it, Riot. I'm trying so hard to be your fan. Is it on eBay, I wonder? Riot art book. No shot. No shot. This is $500 Canadian. Oh my god. League, I'm trying so hard to be your fan for your art team. My friend Sean is a principal artist on this team. And I can't even... I'm mad. This is referred to as the announcer, really? Still, why does he hate Yordles? My favorite DC villains, Snowflame. He's a unique villain due to when he was created. I'm guessing it has something to do with snow and flame. He murders dogs and welds into people's faces. When he runs out of dogs, he goes in an alley and murders more dogs. That's pretty fucked up, man. That's crazy. It's like a D&D villain right there. Everybody get up. It's time to slam now. What? No, stop. Stop with your 90s film references, Guapo. There's nobody in this chat older than the age of 26. Besides you and a few other geriatrics. The kids don't know. All the Baldur's Gate 3 kids that started playing D&D have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, I think I could be wrong, but I feel like there's less nerds now. You know, like if you go to a high school, the per capita of nerds is like actually shrunk. You know what I mean? I don't have high school aged people in my family or presently around me to ask, but I feel like it's the case, man. I feel like it's just a thing. There's just less of them now, and less nerds overall. Nerddom is losing out. Thanks, Lork Axman. If I recall, the Frozen one was evil-ish. He got asked by Poppy and ended up in an ice cube. The other one's a good guy. Ash does indeed have a bow of Avarosa. She's also one of the top warlords of Freljord and Sejuani, her rival clan. She's revered, and so is Tryndamere. So Sejuani, Trynd, Amir, and Ashi are all like the leaders of the Freljord, right? Those are all the... Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? And then the fucking Voldemort bear is like a god, and the Magni Bronzebeard is like also a god in the Freljord. And who else is like a god in the Freljord? There's one other character, wasn't there? Ash and Tryndamere are husband and wife. Sejuani, Olaf. That's the other one. Right. Okay. Yeah, I forgot that Ash. Yeah, Ash and Tryndamere got married at a certain point. Texas is the voice of the male announcer in ARAM, but there's no character or backstory associated with them officially. They're both male announcers, though. Which one is the male announcer in ARAM? Or wait, is there an ARAM announcer in addition to the two guys at either end of ARAM? Fuck. Who is Empire Warrior Mama? She's the only one I care about. Oh, from the new thing? What's her name? Maderda's mom or whatever. Is that her name? Counselor Maderda? Anivia, that's the other god or whatever, right? Yeah. There's supposed to be a fourth major one, which would be a boar. And so currently they've permafrosted the Watchers. And for some reason, the Freljord is mad at Aurelian Soul. Right? Trundle's the king of the trolls, and Anivia is kind of a goddess. I can't do this, man. I can't remember all the Freljordian. And why is Aurelia so mad? I guess she wants to fight for the First Lands, but I don't get why she's so mad, though. Like, holy shit. Go get a cheeseburger and watch some Star Wars or some shit. I'll be so fucking mad all the time. It really does beg the question, would League of Legends be better overall if it didn't have Yordles? I think the answer is yes. The next big lore content update, Jin's gonna now appreciate and recognize the number 5. What a bone-chilling lore revelation that'll be. Watchers are evil, but they save the world by being evil? Why are they mad at Aurelian Soul, then? Not gonna stop talking about Snowflame cocaine-powered supervillain until you read it? The snow is just cocaine? Is that Snowflame's secret? I don't know. I'm not as expert on obscure superhero shit. So this is all news to me, all right? I'm new to all this shit. I like an obscure supervillain as much as the next guy. Snorts cocaine and gets superpowers? Oh, okay. So it's literally snow. Okay. I realize Ionian and her village got overrun by Noxus. Now she's their protector. But why is she mad? What do you mean? There's no way to invest in 4 every time you crit execute with Jin. This damages 4/4/4/4. Nah, man. That's why it'd be such a big, like that's the next, like $500 skin. The next skin will be a Jin skin that's $555. Discord? Yeah. Thank you, Ella. Yeah, I don't get why you're really so mad though, Viddy. I'm not an expert in the Ionian Noxus conflict. Is there like a guide somewhere of all the heroes from different places on Riot's website? League of Legends lore. Universal League of Legends champions. Is there a way to sort of like sort them? Oh, region. All right. Which region has the best ones? Clearly not Bilgewater, because it has Illaoi. Bandle City, no one cares. I'm not a furry. Demacia might be the rest, but I want to see Noxus. Oh, I forgot Lissandro's from there as well. Ixtal, isn't this the new one? Isn't this newer? Ionia. Okay, Ionia versus Noxus. So is Ionia the place with like spirits and shit? And like furries and stuff? Targon? What the fuck is Targon? Wait. I saw in a cinematic Leona and Pantheon were fighting. Why were they fighting if they were both Targonians? Okay. Okay, Noxus. So who's Noxus? So Fishy's Obsession Briar. Oh, Rel's Noxus. Oh, I like Noxus. Oh yeah, okay, I like Noxus. Yeah, okay. Piltover, no one cares about. Oh wait, Seraphine's from Piltover, never mind. I like Seraphine. I'm a Seraphine enjoyer. I'm that guy in lane. Shadow Isles. This is where all the emo kids are from. And then Shurima. I don't know what Shurima is like, but I'm getting desert vibes because there's a fucking Egyptian bird monster, an Egyptian jackal monster, and an Egyptian crocodile monster, all from the same area, as well as a literal mummy. And then Runeterra. Wait, I thought... Okay, hold on. I thought Runeterra was the name of the entire world. Wait, I thought Runeterra was the name of the entire world. Is Runeterra a region within the League of Legends world? It is? So these are just like non-regioned champions. We're going to the questions. I'm DMing for a group right now, and our usual DM keeps trying to have his character be... wait, because OP, we were playing at the high level. The first pitch for his character was a god, after I explicitly stated the world has no access to gods. Sure, make him a god, but he's a delusional, like, crackpot that thinks he's a god. Fuck it. Have you heard of the wall? Like Mexico? I don't know. Like the World of Warcraft guild? There's lots of walls. Era's mad at Asol. It's kind of a meme. He is literally the size of a universe apart from insert complicated lore reason. So how is he a League of Legends champion if he can just... Okay, never mind. Something Singed working with Noxus. Something war crimes, mustard gas, civilian death, Aurelia, father dying. Oh, okay, that's why she's mad. Got it. Yeah. Leon is a For the Light enjoyer, must purge all heretics, which is basically everyone else. And that was why they were fighting. Welcome, they are changing lore that is law. I don't understand, man. So they're not from any, like, specific place then, right? I get it. The other category. The Spider-Man villain named the Wall. He's a fucking wall. Oh no, I've never heard of him. I don't know shit about Spider-Man specifically. And the Void. Wait, but Kai'Sa's too hot to be from the Void. I don't understand. How is Kai'Sa from the Void when all the Void is clearly like, I mean, that side of Reddit. And then Zwan. Wait, Janna is from Zon? What is Janna's story that she's from Zon? I thought she was this magical, like, Demacian elf or some shit. Like, one of these doesn't fit with the other. You've got, like, the cyberpunk skater dude, the Hulk, like, Walmart Hulk. You've got, like, Walmart Pudge, or Stitches, depending on whatever. You've got, like, I can fix her .png. You've got your dad remarried and you're not happy with your new stepmom. You've got that uncle that you don't want to talk about. You have Rust is a more delicious mold. You have the average of League of Legends gamers' impression of Tyler 1. And then you have the average League of Legends gamer's impression of what they look like playing League of Legends. And then fucking Bikini Elf. Like... She's a myth in Zon? Goddess of Wind? Oh, okay. Jesus. Wait, is she real then? An ancient and mysterious wind spirit, Janna's come to protect the dispossessed of Zon. While her presence is most often felt as a soothing breeze or a ferocious tempest, she is also manifest in corporeal forms as an ethereal figure, comforting the downtrodden. Comforting the down bad. Over the eons, Janna has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. Though through it all, she remains steadfast as a beacon of hope to those in need. Wow, okay. Oh, concept art. God, I love how bad League of Legends early concept art was. Holy shit. I love this. I love this stuff. It's so authentic and real. It's so authentic and real. Like, when you're this bad at art, find you a studio that'll hire you that'll turn to Riot Games. Damn. All right, I learned something new today. I learned something new. That's other category. Kaisa is Shurima / Void. Okay, so she was originally Shumurian. I understand now. Her current corporeal form was an entertainer / dancer, and then they ascended to myth. Oh. Okay. All right. So they have OnlyFans in Zon as well. Got it. Okay. I understand now. Yeah, I dig it. I get it. Do I just have to listen to like 8 hours of Necrit videos on YouTube? Does he have a playlist? Hold on. Is there a Necrit YouTube playlist? For League lore that I could listen to one giant like 15-hour.
In the past,
No
MMOs
Necrit.
were
I don't want to know about MMOs. I want playlists. There we go. What does he have? Writes MMO news lore. 345 lore videos. I don't know about this, guys. That's a lot of lore, man. Okay. When do you think I'm going to have my first lore YouTuber for Eldara? What's the first Necrit lore video? Let's see. Let's see. $345 videos ago. Riot versus lore 8 years ago. This is where it all begins. Right here. A scuffed image of Jax. Riot versus lore. Wow. Okay. The time has come. What did he do before that, actually? Hold on, I want to see. I'm curious. What did he used to do before League of Legends lore? Because it seems like that seems like a start video. Oldest videos. League of Legends All Champions, WoW PTR 4.2, WoW Parkour Challenge. I love going to the earliest like videos on channels that are known for one thing. Achievement Guide, Mass Effect 3 Easter Egg, Counterpick Ari, how to counterpick an Ari. Oh no, and this is where he got sucked into League. His first League of Legends video, how to counterpick Morgana, got a lot of views, more views than other videos, and he decided that he's going to be a League of Legends YouTuber for the rest of his life. He upped his thumbnail game here 11 years ago. Wow. That's amazing. I love seeing that kind of shit. YouTube history right there. What are corporate voice lines jokes is yes, it's true for only 2.95 minutes. I'll leave you breathless. Yeah, that's I know she says breathless. I don't play Janna. I'm a real man. Evangeline Lord VTuber, you're right. She's my first Lord YouTuber. I need an actual YouTuber that wants to devote their entire YouTube career to lore of my dumb D&D game. That's what I need. I need someone that's going to devote an entire YouTube channel to obscure lore for some dumb made-up world. Is it possible? Who knows? You tell them what we're talking about? We're talking about how disappointed we are in Evangeline. Disappointment, Chan. What about Fishy? Fishy could be... I don't think she is... Fishy doesn't have time to make her own YouTube videos. Besides, didn't Fishy say that she hated my game, My World, recently? Yeah, isn't that why she didn't want to play anymore? Because she hated my game, My World, and she thought that it was dumb? That's the reason why, right? I think that's what she said. Yeah, maybe Ash could do it. You're right. Ash should just make meme videos. He doesn't recommend waiting until they converge to lore together, which should be when MMO releases. It shouldn't be too different, unlike for when they did Summoners League. Summoners League lore had a lot of issues, which are still felt on older non-rerate champions like Janna and most Yordles. I see. Okay. Well, the problem is, Thorkin, that plan assumes the Riot MMO is going to come out at any point in time and not get canceled sometime this year or next. Let's see what the head of the MMO. Let's see what let's see what the head of the MMO says about it. The head of the MMO. Let's see. What does he say about it? He says, what does he say about the Riot MMO? What's Ghostcrawler's most recent update about the MMO? Meant for obs. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this? Learn from a remote studio? What? Wait, where's all the information about the Riot MMO on here, Ghostcrawler? Aren't you heading up the Riot MMO? Isn't that why we're excited? Because Greg Ghostcrawler Street, World of Warcraft veteran, is taking on the Riot MMO. Isn't that why he left? Oh no, guys, this isn't good. I don't know about this one, guys. The Riot MMO is having some problems. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, man. I don't know. I'm hoping for the best. I'm not expecting much, but I'm still gonna hope for the best. And you know what? You can't stop me. I'll admit, when Ghostcrawler left, that was a bad sign for me. So, whether they canceled or delayed it, definitely delayed it. So, wait for Arcane/TV shows. Wait for Arcane/TV shows. What the fuck are you talking about? Arcane release date. Arcane came out in 2021. That's 4 years between each Arcane show. If I want to learn about League of Legends lore, I'm gonna be 148 before they get around to the other places of Runeterra. Like, they gotta start releasing shows at like a Star Wars Disney cadence here if they want to cover some lore in TV shows. Just make sure every single one of them has B. Miller doing a song for them, and I'll be happy. The music at Arcade actually slaps, so... The last season, so says the most recent news of Arcane, right? But are they going to do other League of Legends shows or TV? Or is Arcane their first and last foray into the medium? Video title, Bridge Rat Exposed. You'll never guess what really is in the mystery stew. Belts, why do you need so many, and why, and is it enough? Shocking truth about why everyone keeps busting down doors. Not a belt expose. You don't want me to... You want me to tell all about my natural D&D inclination to belts, which is actually hilarious. I'm drawing, one of my commissions I'm working on right now is a fox girl. The fox spirit for Kitty, Drake Warden Ranger, and I am going belt ham on this character. Rangers for me are permission to go beltable. So they've converted other ones. Oh, that's good. Belt's just fancy version of Tacticool. Are they? Shit. You know, I once had a player, DC, ask me if Kevlar was a material they had access to in my world. I said, why? They started to speak and I said no. No, there's no Kevlar, there's no Mylar, there's no carbon fiber, there's no plastics. Sorry, bro. You have to find a fantasy way to be tactical. Carbon fiber, what did I just say? Damn it. Alright, see you later, bastard. Take care, my friend. Be good. Tacticool. I do need more TV shows to be excited about. I'm excited about Arcane. But, like, I'm willing... Okay, tell me if I'm bitter. I'm willing to be bitter here. I'm willing to be told that, like, Evan, I think you're just being a little bitter. Is it just me, or does everything suck now? Like, every big game, every TV series, every, like, IP, every new big project, it just sucks, man. Like, Arcane, I'm looking forward to. Arcane, I'm looking forward to, 100%. But, like, every big MMO or whatever, I need to be excited about entertainment, you know? I need some shit to look forward to every, like, week or month for new things to happen. But it's like every game that comes out, every franchise, every IP, it's like, are you excited for the new Pokemon games? No. Scarlet and Violet fucking sucked. Are you excited for the new Star Wars TV show? No. Everyone says it fucking sucks. Are you excited for the new expansion for this game? No. Game hasn't been good for whatever. Are you excited for the new D&D book? No. Wizards hasn't. You know, like, am I just mired in negativity? I need someone to drag me out of it and tell me about all the cool stuff coming out that I can care about, that I would be interested in. I need to, like, start watching anime again or something, you know? I haven't watched anime in years. Because it started to suck. I mean, that's that's evident. God damn it. What are your thoughts on Dragon Age, the Veilguard? To me, it looks Fortnite-y. I like the change in art style. I like the idea. I haven't really seen much of it. Gameplay looks pretty terrible, I'll admit. I saw a video of gameplay of it, and it looked really underwhelming. So The thing is though, Dragon Age game, I am willing to tolerate boring gameplay if the story and the RPG elements are really good. So we haven't seen any of it yet. So I hope it's good, you know. But again, here's like where my sort of like cynicism comes in. I don't have any confidence it's gonna be good. I want it to be. I want it to be great. You know, I didn't have like. I had decent confidence in like Baldur's Gate when it was being developed, but I wasn't like frothing excited because Divinity was good, it was great, but it's like, okay, what happens when you try and make it a D&D thing? And it blew me away. Baldur's Gate was the biggest delightful surprise in the last 5 years, maybe. You know, but it looked okay, but it wasn't really, you know, meh. Well, it's because producers try and pull the same ropes, expecting same reaction without new IPs. Are so rare and often only try to set followings in trilogies. Yeah, that's a good point, X-Men. You're right about that. Great, everything sucks. Like you're a corporation and safe. Nothing feels new, and characters are arrogant and talk down to people and viewers. Yeah, kind of. Fantastic animes came out in the past 2 years. Really, like what? Because I'm not a big like shonen. Like okay, let me rephrase it. I didn't give a shit about Attack on Titan. Didn't like it. Watched the first season. Story was cool. Characters were neat. The production was so unforgivably bad that I couldn't give the rest of the series a try. I tried a little bit of season 2 and they still had problems and I didn't watch it. But even then, Attack on Titan not my biggest vibe. So I feel like anime is still cool. I'm just like out of the meta. I want like different and weird, like interesting and unique anime. But like these studios aren't willing to take risks. They're just trying to either sell light novels or like do the same shonen-y stuff. You know? I feel like anime isn't like dead. I'm just out of the meta. And anime, the one thing that I will say about anime that's pretty bad is that anime is becoming too degenerate. The anime scene, and by that I mean anime-based games like gacha games and whatever, and trading cards and VTubers. The entire anime scene, I'll say, is getting too degenerate, I think, for healthy standards. And it's not good, and I'm not particularly interested in it a lot of times. But I don't feel abandoned by anime. I feel like I have just changed in a lot of ways, besides the degeneracy. You know? Okay, that's a good point. I have not watched Freerun. I read Freerun. I really liked Freerun when I read it. But I didn't read all of it, and I don't usually watch something I've read because I'm not wired like that. I need to like be intrigued with like a new story. I can't sit through watching an anime that I already know what's gonna happen. But I didn't read all of Freerun, so that's a good point. Maybe I should give Freerun a try. Dungeon Meshi. Ella and I started watching Dungeon Meshi, but it's just it's fine. It's cute, but it's not like gripping, you know. Like, it's fun, but it's not like I'm not having like a spiritual reaction over Dungeon Meshi. Not that you have to for every anime, but it's just like these are good things though. Like keep them coming, man. I want to be excited about shit. There's so many newer anime that I start because they sound interesting but can't finish them because I can't watch them at work is very sad. Oh yeah. High School of the Elite. Is that are you talking about Classroom of the Elite? Because I watched the first season of Classroom of the Elite years ago. I watched it years ago where they're on the like island or some shit, and I tried the new season where they're like on a cruise ship, but it was just a little bit too boring and I didn't finish it. But I should probably give it a chance again because the first one was good. Yeah. Was the second season or the whatever the second or third season or whatever the cruise ship stuff that just came out is it good? So I might give it another shot if it's decent. Any less degen questionable anime? Yeah, true, right? Like, you know what? Honestly, I kind of hate that I have to say this. Like, I feel boomery and like annoying because I remember years and years and years ago when microtransactions and loot boxes first started coming out and gaming first started to decline, there were lots of gamers that said, I'm only playing retro games. And you're like, okay, another balding 38-year-old that grew up with, you know, the SNES when he was 11 is abandoning new games. Sure, whatever. Another one bites the dust. But I feel like that with anime now. Like, obviously, retro games are great, but, you know, there's still great, good new games out there. But honestly, I've been enjoying retro anime, like 90s shit. Like 90s science fiction anime is actually kind of hard. Like, it goes real hard. Like, if you liked Bebop and you watch Bebop because it was like popular and everyone says the greatest anime of all time, like sure, whatever. There's lots of other good 90s like sci-fi specifically anime that's great that you would like. You know, there's a lot out there, man. You seen Erased? I don't remember what came out. Yeah, I watched Erased years ago. It was like probably 2016 or something like that, I think. Actually, am I right about that? It was Erased 2016. When did Erased anime come out? Oh my god, I'm so good. I'm so good, man. Holy shit. I'm so good. January 8th to March 25th. I should have said winter season. I knew it was winter. Fuck, I should have said winter 2016. Damn it. I watched it on Crunchyroll. It was fun. Race is good. Ah, damn it. You find an anime where you can just turn off your brain and watch the madness Baki? Yeah. I want an anime that has a really cool, compelling world. And I find that anime doesn't do compelling world all that often, intentionally. The world is there to serve a role for the characters and for the story. Very few anime does world really well. Like, to take a retro example, because we're talking about ancient anime, like Dot Hack, great world, great place to just experience the story, great place that you want to like just go to and just like see what happens in the world. On the same sort of theme, Log Horizon. What else? But it doesn't just have to be anime. I also want to like play games and shit and like, you know. I feel like it's really hard to get excited about stuff. But like, to be fair, you could say that like the reason why I'm having a hard time getting excited about stuff is because the things that I loved and was really passionate about have kind of like down, I don't know, trended down. Like MMOs and Star Wars and things like that. Shit that used to be really important to me. Had to kind of like grieve that a little bit. It's fine, you know, things change. I want like new shit to be excited for. And you know what? I will say it's not all doom and gloom. Final Fantasy XIV gives me a lot of optimism and hope. I love that game. It's not like mechanically as interesting or good, I think, as World of Warcraft. Combat's like clunkier and like not appealing, but like just being in the world and playing the game and doing the story and doing like roulettes and fucking building your house and shit, that's all so fun. It's like worthwhile. Professions are great in that game. Vampire Cosmonaut, what the fuck is that? One Piece has a ton of world building through its journey. One Piece, the animation style is a little tough for me. Not my favorite. I've watched a lot of One Piece, like old One Piece. When I was like in my mid 20s, I think I was about 22, 23, I decided I want to try and watch One Piece from the beginning. Yeah, it was a mistake. Heard Dot Hack? I mean, I did you ever watch Dot Hack Sign? Like the TV show, Eiley? Games I just started, Marauders. That was dope. Marauders. I haven't heard of that. New Konosuba, like this season. Vidi, is there a new one as of this season? Or is it like coming out soon? Because didn't they just do a movie? Konosuba was great though. I loved it. Konosuba was hilarious, like legitimately funny. Oh shit, damn. Okay, I might watch that then. I unsubscribed from Crunchyroll last month for the first time in more than 10 years, I think. Yeah, I think in more than 10 years, I unsubscribed from Crunchyroll for the first time in more than 10 years. It was. I just realized I hadn't used Crunchyroll at all in like 4 months, and I was like, why am I paying for this? You know? Had to build a game off a disaster of code, but good characters, good writing, good lore. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun little adventure. I love Final Fantasy 14. I get a lot of. I'm very optimistic about it. Dawn Trail, I'm very excited about a new story to be kind of interested in, Guapo. Like 100%. So yeah, man, Final Fantasy 14, bright spot for me right now. But I need more, you know. I watched Sign and Legend of the Twilight as a kid. Love that shit. Yeah, Sign. I watched Sign. I think it was like, what was the schedule? It was like Dragon Ball Z was on, and they did like 3 episodes of Dragon Ball Z, and then after like later late night stuff, I think they did dot hack Sign episodes. This is like on a Canadian cartoon station called YTV. They did dot hack Sign and then an episode of Gundam Wing right after, I think. And maybe Inuyasha was after that. And for a while, they also had Escaflowne in that sort of like late night, like 11 to 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. sort of like anime thing. It was great, dude. I watched Dot Hack and Escaflowne and Inuyasha, and the thing is, man, you know what's crazy is that anime a lot of it stands up. It's kind of silly. Like, I want to go back and watch Last Exile. When did that come out? Was that 90s? I don't think it was. I think it was early 2000s. 2003. So, this anime, I think I recommend it. I think I recommend it. Because Last Exile was an important sort of, like, anime for me when I was watching it. And I don't remember the story. I don't remember it being particularly memorable. But it's an early 2000s anime, and I'll tell you why it was like so important to me. Because along this sort of like this kind of like train of like old anime that it embodied, it made me realize what I loved about older anime. And recently, when I was thinking about watching sort of old anime, it was spawned by me showing Ella Bebop for the first time because she'd never seen Bebop, and I was like, man, like I like old anime. They kind of have this different vibe. So I watched Last Exile when I moved out of my mom's house and I moved in with my dad, because I just had to like leave that house. I just had to leave the house that I like grew up in. It's after my parents divorced. My dad moved to a new place. I was still at art school, and I had to leave. And I moved in with my dad. I asked him like, "Can I move with you?" He's like, "Sure." So he had a room and everything, and I moved into it. I moved all my shit in there, and I lived there for years, and it was great. And living with my dad was fantastic. Sorry, but I didn't have internet. I didn't have internet on my computer, I think it was, because I didn't have a cable. Like, I had the TV plugged in where like the cable box was on one side of the room, and then I didn't have the internet cable that went around. I had to like order it or whatever. So I ordered it. So I didn't have any internet for like 3 or 4 days. And that freaked me out, right? So I did a lot of work. So I was in art school, so I was working oppressive hours, you know. But then I'd finish my work and I had nothing to do for the evening. And I remember I was like scrolling through the TV somehow had, I think it was Netflix. And the TV, and I was like, what is this Last Exile stuff? Whatever. And I clicked it on and I watched Last Exile over like 2 or 3 days, the first days I was living with my dad's. And it had this thing where I recognized that what I loved about older anime, it was the quiet. It was this like willingness to have media have moments of quiet. No music, no whatever. It just let certain ideas and conversations sit. It wasn't in a rush. The pacing was a lot slower than modern anime, like a lot slower, but I didn't mind it. And it was kind of weird because I was like, man, this is like really interesting. Because Last Exile it's a 2003 anime, which in my opinion is the golden era of anime, that like early 2000s, like 2001 to 2008 or 9 or 10. Golden era of anime for me personally. I think it's the best shows came out during that time. Could have been that I was a teenager during that time. but I watched a lot of anime in the 2010s. I watched more anime in the 2010s than I did in the 20s. So whatever. But it felt like a 90s anime. It was quiet and contemplative and interesting, and it lingered on stuff, and it wasn't in a rush, and it was paced really interesting. And I was like, man, this is like old school masterpiece shit, right? And I loved it. And so I recommend. The things I don't know if I just liked it because I was in this weird state of I didn't have internet and it hit the right time and I need something quiet. I had to like shut down my sort of brain and like slow things down because I couldn't be on the internet, couldn't be playing games, couldn't be watching 3 things at the same time. You know, and I watched it. I mean, this was probably in 2012-ish. So this is an old anime at the time. And I loved it. I don't even remember what the story was, but it had the same vibe that I remember fondly of things like Dot Hack and Old Gundam and Bebop and like these old animes and Inuyasha and whatever else that I thought was fantastic. I recommend this anime heavily, but honestly, I don't know if I recommend it. I don't know if it was actually good. Or if it just hit me the right way at the right time, you know. But I'm almost like scared to rewatch it, so I'm not sure if I'll be in the right mindset for it. The ending theme is the ringtone my longest time. Really, the sex amazing ships and muskets and soldiers. The world was cool. Yeah. Guess to another monster idea: blood fangs, large battling monster. That'd be really sick accident, especially if they like lived on the underside of the island and were like nocturnal. That'd actually be dope. Eureka 7, yeah, Eureka 7. So Eureka 7, however you want to pronounce it, the Japanese way or the English way, is my favorite anime of all time. It's my number 1. It's, I think, the best anime of all time. It had that sort of like lingering quiet. It also had amazing design. Like that show has the blood of like everything that I love about graphic. Like I love graphic design. And when people say graphic design, they often don't really. There is a history and a lineage to graphic design, classical graphic design, that people don't really learn these days or consider or care about. Graphic design now is like it's poppy and advertising and whatever. But like old graphic design, like if I search like Bauhaus print design, like old Bauhaus stuff or old like, you know, 20th century graphic design was very unique. And you see a lot of this in like early 2000s like snowboard. I don't know what to search for this. 2000s snowboard magazine. You see a lot of this in the like in the early 2000s like snowboard culture and ski culture, like this kind of stuff. You know, this old school graphic design is something I really have a lot of love for. I think it's very beautiful and interesting and is a lost art form that people don't really think about or care about anymore. Like this is actually so good. I don't know what this book is, but this is fucking sick. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like this to me is peak graphic design, this kind of stuff. It is the same lineage of classical like Bauhaus, whatever, old like Saul Hess, like Frank Lloyd Wright inspired, whatever. And so that TV show, that anime, Eureka 7, whatever, had that in it, built into it. I loved that about it. And just the story and, you know, the mecha and the action and whatever, and the characters and the charm and the fact that it was 50 episodes and they weren't trying to rush into 25 or whatever. It was like just long enough. That's my favorite anime of all time. It's Eureka, actually. Oh, is it? I mean, Eureka. It's literally my favorite thing. I love when shows have palpable silence because they're allowing the viewer to digest information and make conclusions. Totally. Yeah. That's something we lost in anime in the early 2000s. And I will blame it on one of my favorite animes ever. One of my favorite animes ever, I will blame it on the downfall on this anime. Right, this is the advent of the new age KyoAni, cute girls doing cute things anime, but like Lucky Star, Azumanga Daioh, these like old school ones, they weren't the problem, but they spawned the problem, and then that just became poppy, just like whatever bullshit, you know. But I think Lucky Star, what was first? I think Azumanga Daioh was first, which is the same shit. Azumanga Daioh release date 2002. Lucky Star release date was 2007. Yeah, so a bunch of years after. I actually got Ella bought me a book for my birthday. I saw this while we were out and I freaked out about it, how much I wanted it, and Ella bought it for me, but it's like actually just Azumanga Daioh. I think this to me is like everything great about early 2000s like anime and manga. So I haven't read a ton of it yet. I'm about a quarter of the way through. I'm pacing myself in this one. I want to take a year to read this. I want to take a year to read through this because I want to be something that I'm not intending to trying to finish, but something I'm going to as like a new like a drink of water kind of thing, or like, you know, I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't want it to end. You know, I want to go and I want to read a couple of panels, or like, because it's all like small, like it's old school Japanese comic style, you know, panels, whatever, like single story, whatever things. Each one's like named like comic strip, Japanese comic strip style. They're 4-panel comic strips, and I don't want it to end. I don't want to run out of these because I haven't read this shit in years, and it's charming and fantastic, and I love it. But so I just find myself going back to old stuff, you know, instead of like any of the new anime, right? And it's so weird, and I don't know. There's lots that I haven't seen from that 90s era, but I definitely want new stuff as well. Lingering, quite quiet. I love a show that just takes its time to tell a story, but it's hard to watch now, you know. So I felt when I watched Evangelion, that's not even a slow show. That's a good point. There was lots of that though. Vidi, Prince of Nice had the curse of no silence in anime. Really, Rika style still sticks with me a lot. The way they drew characters was so memorable to me. Yeah, like Renton and like so actually, here's the thing, Eileen. This is so you guys might maybe you'll understand this. I didn't think, honestly, I'm actually kind of freaking out because I didn't think anyone knew like this anime. But I'll be very honest, like I'm so glad I get to tell somebody about this because nobody understands. So in the realms of Eldara, right, the dumb little silly project I'm working on, my basis for Endrick and like my role that I wanted to play in the world as a character inspired by like my avatar in the world, my little piece where you can kind of go see me, is inspired by Holland and Talho. Right? Because like Renton and Eureka are on this adventure. They're on this. They're the kids. They're the heroes. They're on their adventure. They're going forward. And like I've been on my adventure. I feel like I've been the plucky young hero going on the adventure as a teenager playing D&D. And as I get older, I like being the supporting character. I like being the background character that whatever. So that's why I when I've talked about Endrick and Elara, I'm like, they're heroes. They've already been on their adventure. They've already done their crazy shit. But they're a little bit older now, and so Endrick and Elara are there to help sort of guide you as player characters when you are playing the plucky young whatever, you know. And I'm happy to sit back and have my character not be center stage in my world in any sort of important way because he already had his adventure, and I based him and Endrick and Elara on Holland and Talho. Right? Because I loved this image specifically that I think Renton finds of them riding this fucking board or whatever when they were young, like a little bit older than him, whereby he realized that they were like adventurers at one point in time and they had their own story and they had their own whatever. But now they sort of represent that like older brother, older sister sort of style kind of thing in the world. And so I loved Holland and Talho. And I based the Endrick and Elara off inspired by them as their role was in this anime. So I'm so surprised. Nobody ever knows that anime. Nobody ever knows what I'm talking. Whenever I bring up like Eureka 7 or whatever. So yeah, you are the Renton and Eureka of your story, and Endrick and Elara are the Holland and Talho. So. What is this, cringe? Yeah. You ever watch To Your Eternity? Maybe? No. No, this is not one I've ever watched. I don't remember why. It either like wasn't available or some shit, or didn't catch me. But this is one that from that era that I never caught. I don't remember why. It's probably not a great reason, but I never did. That might be a good one to watch, actually. A few years later, you get Melancholy Haruhi that defined pacing for school anime. Yes, which I also liked Haruhi. I thought it was a perfect 10 anime as well. It's in my anime list as a 10. But, you know, again, it spawned something unholy. Who invented isekais, if I might ask? Well, there's old school isekais, things like Inuyasha. So you mentioned that earlier. But the new school isekai, it's hard not to blame it on Sword Art Online, I think. I think it's really hard not to blame modern isekai on Sword Art Online. Such a cool actor 7 plus such a role. Yeah, I mean, that was a great anime. I loved it. Watched a few times. Is one of the first few animes I watched. Evangelion, Brotherhood, Code Geass. Oh yeah, the old shit, man. Now we check out 86. Yeah, okay. SAO and Overlord. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like there were examples of that earlier, way earlier even, like Escaflowne, you know, Inuyasha, whatever. Very early examples of isekai, but I think that it's hard not to blame it on Sword Art Online. Thanks to Blaze, I know one of these references. Wow, congratulations, dog. I'm so impressed. You're aware of one of them. What a fucking G. That's actually pretty good, man. It's good, but honestly, sad as heck. I cry like a baby. Oh, I didn't like a lot of anime that was like super depressing. So if somebody told me that it was a really sad anime, I probably just avoided it because of that. Like the first anime that I ever watched, I would say in proper form, like in like English subtitles, because like I watched like old school stuff. Everyone's first anime was like Dragon Ball or Pokemon or whatever. But then you start watching like less pop, like less mainstream anime. You start watching like things like Gundam and whatever else, but it's still all dubbed. The first time I watched an anime, so I was at a summer camp at the university in Calgary, or one of the universities, and they had a summer camp that I went to every year, and we had to make websites for something that we were interested in. I don't remember what I did. It's something dumb, but another guy who was also named Evan, him and I became friends during the summer camp. He made a like a website where you just like upload the images and stuff. And it was like a dumb thing for like kids camp, whatever. We were like 10 years old or something like that. And he made a website for Evangelion, and I was like, "What's that? What's this? What's Evangelion?" And he's like, "Oh, it's an anime. It's great." And I was like, "Giant robots? This is cool." So I wanted to. I was like, "Where do I find this? How do I watch it? It's on TV." No, you gotta buy the DVDs. And so I went to the game store called Sentry Box that I ended up working at later on when in my 20s. I went to the Sentry Box, which has been around since the 80s or whatever, and they used to have anime DVDs. They had a whole anime DVD section, and I bought the first DVD of Evangelion. And so I bought Evangelion is my first anime that I like purchased DVDs for and watched in Japanese, you know. And that was emotionally scarring. And the joke that I tell all my anime friends is that my first anime was Evangelion, and by necessity of healing my psyche, the next anime I watched was Love Hina. To try and restore a little bit of lightheartedness to the genre. And it literally was. Because after I watched Evangelion, I was like kind of fucked up. And I was like, I need more, because anime is great, but I need to not watch something so heavy. And so I went to the game store, and I like talked to one of the graybeards there, and I was like, "Hi, I need an anime." And he's like, "All right." And I'm like, "I just watched Evangelion." He's like, "Are you a little young for Evangelion?" And I'm like, "Yes, I realize that now." And he's like, "Ooh, okay." I'm like, "I want something fun and happy." He's like, "You know what? Here you go." And he like pulled out of the shelf Love Hina. and I proceeded to buy those DVDs and watch. Try and detangle my soul from the psychological torment that Evangelion was. So, as anybody the feel, but not the spark. What was the spark then? First anime that made me really feel for anime was Angel Beat. Oh my god. Okay. All right, that's tough. Getting anime like 2012, with the exception of Zack Bell, a few others around that time period. Yeah, Beats that's a tough anime to start with. It's an early 2000s anime of a high school guy who goes to an afterlife and fights in an arena, and his hand can make lasers. Goes to a high school dude that goes to the afterlife and fights in an arena. Hand can make lasers. I mean, that sounds like Angel Beat. Shit, I don't know what that one is. Dead Man Wonderland or something? I don't know. Started too early. I had no idea what I was watching. Yeah, exactly. You don't. The first 3 episodes, it's like, hey, fighting these like angels, and you like go to high school, and like you meet this hot blonde and or redhead, and you're like, oh, okay, this is cool. This anime's fun. And then you like rips out his eyes or some shit, and you're like, oh god, okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. But like I want something new. This is like the problem is like we got all these like old anime. It's great, and it's great that it's still great. You know, like there's some games that are kind of hard to play, like retro games. Like I downloaded Chrono Cross on my Switch. There's like a remake of it. I downloaded Chrono Cross on my Switch, and it's been hard to start, I'll admit, because a lot of old JRPGs are a little tough, a little dated. Like PS1 stuff is a little bit tough sometimes, and I hate that. You know, even PS2 stuff is tough sometimes, and like a lot of anime does age really well, which is nice from that era, from the 90s and like even the 80s sometimes. But I want some new stuff, man. I want some new stuff to be excited about. I want a new show. I want new games. I want new... Like, you know what? I wish that the anime games community didn't rally around Genshin and gacha games. I can't play gacha games, man. I just can't. Like, I have a hard time playing games that I feel like are rigged against me. You know? I have a really hard time playing with those games. Once I feel like a game is rigged against me, let's just say, I can't take it seriously anymore. So, like, that's why I stopped playing competitive, like, shooters and stuff. Because I realized when I was playing Overwatch, I was going really hard on Overwatch in like one of the early seasons, and I was trying to get to Grandmaster, and I was trying to play really hard and learn the game and study the game the way I studied StarCraft 2. And I was trying to take the same approach to Overwatch, and I loved it. I had this like dedicated, devoted thing that I was practicing towards in the evenings when I was done school and done my work and stuff, or done art school. And the problem is that like one day I had a series of sequential losses that I like would look at these players and realize just how much more they played than me. And I was like, if I want to be good, I have to play so much more, and I'm not willing to make that sacrifice. But there were lots of dudes out there who were willing to make the sacrifice, and they would talk about this openly, and they'd say, if you want to get good at Overwatch, you know, you had to... This is back when Overwatch was taken seriously as a competitive game. You have to play way more. You have to put the hours in, put the time in. You know, and I'm like, man, I'm not willing to sacrifice as much in my life as this dude is to be good at Overwatch, because it just doesn't translate to anything. And that, for me, the glass broke, the game lost its meaning. I feel like I was being scammed. I feel like and the same thing happened recently with League. You know, when I always had this suspicion that League had sacrificial lambs, that if you were a player that tolerated losses, they would put you against better players that didn't tolerate losses. And so they'd put you in a poorly matched game because they know that you'll eat a couple of losses and still keep playing, but this other guy who's like higher MMR than you will only tolerate one loss and needs a couple of wins. And then it was basically confirmed to me through various memes, and I was like, oh, and I was basically done with League, because the only way I liked playing League was unranked, because I didn't have time to join fucking real matches. So it's like, once I feel like the game is rigged against me, I'm kind of done. And I hate that the anime sort of JRPG sphere grew into gacha, grew into Genshin, grew into that kind of sphere, because I just can't play those games, man. I can't play Honkai. I can't play you know, I can't be part of that community anymore. It's just like, It's like, where did you go after World of Warcraft? A lot of people ended up in Genshin. It's like, fuck, man. So I don't know. Are there any good new games coming out? Like, I know people love Elden Ring. Too bad the game looks like shit to me. Maybe I'll play it anyway, because every nerd has to play through Elden Ring at some point in time. You know, maybe the story and experience will be good enough that I'm just not a big fan of Souls-like gameplay. You know, again, it feels kind of rigged against me. It feels like a time thing, a time sink, not a skill thing, if that makes sense. Which is antithetical to what 99% of people who like the games would say. But I can defend that, but it's not worth it. I Google early 2000s anime had laser hand pistol. Did you find it? Oh, Yu Yu Hakusho? That was it? That you just Googled? Okay. I'm impressed, Guapo. Feel like it started with Shield Hero and reincarnated as slime. Oh, I thought Shield Hero was later after the, like, one more in a sequence. Here's the thing. Here's the question, Axman. Which came out first? The Rising of the Shield Hero or In Another World with My Smartphone? Because by smartphone, Isekai was already cooked. So let's just see. In Another World with My Smartphone release date. The anime came out in 2017. So by 2017, Isekai was fucking cooked. Rising of the Shield Hero anime release date. Is Shield Hero before or after? Shield Hero is after In Another World with My Smartphone. So the thing is, in 2017, Isekai was already absolutely fucking cooked. Brain rot, like burnt on the stove. And Shield Hero didn't happen for till 2 years later. So Shield Hero was the start of the revenge plot isekais, I think. But I don't know. Winter Skin is definitely a thing. Yeah, I mean, everyone suspects it, but it's been all but confirmed. So I can't do it. You know, I can't queue into a game that I feel like I'm designed to lose at. It's just not yeah. Yeah, along with SAO. There you go. I'd say that time No Game No Life came out, was cooked. No Game No Life came out in 2014. Yeah, interestingly, on my anime list, like the website, I rated No Game No Life a 10 just because of the art. I even have two Shido figures right there in my like figure cabinet shelves. I have two figure cabinet shelves. One that is Saber, Leafa, and then White Saber and White Saber. We'd have to get Ashy in here to tell me which Saber these are. So I have Blue Saber with jacket, and then White Saber without armor and White Saber with armor, and then a Fate game with White Saber behind it because everybody likes White Saber. And then the cabinet below it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Hatsune Mikos. There's 2 Infinite Stratos, Chibi, whatever, Nendoroids. Sailor Mask from Original Gundam, and then 2 Shidos from No Game No Life. So it's degenerate. Well, I didn't talk about any of the downstairs. I'm just talking about that cabinet. But yes, you're right, Ella. Yeah. Very early that you gave Melancholy Heart Suzume at S tier. You guys made like 8 episodes where they were the same but kept reanimating each episode. Yeah, because I think that it was at the time it was a unique step into, I would say, a Monogatari style dialogue and style character writing that was brand new. Now it's like trite and old and weird and dumb, and yeah, you can absolutely say that. But at the time, it was the first of its kind, you know. So that's why it had such a high rating in my book at the time. But I didn't watch it until like I was like 16, 17, so a couple years after. and I still rated that. But I don't know, man. The monster idea? Which one? Wait. Oh, not the recent one. Operation Human Fighter, Chicken Runes. Dark Cloak. That seems like a dungeon monster. I like that. But I think I like the obelisk, the like monolith one that you suggested, Axman. That was a really good one. I like that one quite a bit for this island. It's amazing, but fuck me, that loop confused me. Oh, so that was the second season. So you're talking about the disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. I'm talking about the Melancholy, the first one. Yeah, those are different. Because I agree, disappearance was like weird, but the first one is better. Also 86. Yeah, okay, all right. God. Yeah, maybe I need to. People keep recommending it, man. I keep hearing y'all talking about how many episodes does it have? 23. Oh shit, it's a 2 season. All right. Maybe I will, honestly. Is this done by the Fate Studios? This feels like this feels like Fate. I don't remember which studio Fate was. I know if you told me which studio it was, I'd know it, but this feels like Fate. Anyway, so I am officially back for streams. I was gone. I was sick as shit. Sorry about that. Projects and dates and stuff. I wanted to actually in June release the beta for the adventure and have people start playtesting it. Then I was sick for basically 4 weeks. So I'm not considering the week that I was back for streams of the last 4 weeks. A work week. I was down. Like I was streamed and it was all I could do to keep together. And I just collapsed every day after stream and fell on my fucking face and then just tried to get back enough energy to not seem like I was sick and miserable the next day. So the adventure is unfortunately delayed till July, and I'm very sorry about that, but that's just the way being fucking dead is. I'm appreciative that y'all came to hang out with me this week. You know, it really means a lot after I missed everybody so bad for y'all to come back and just want to chill and talk to me about stuff. So, yeah, thanks for hanging out today, Saffron. Appreciate you. So I'm gonna be in Edmonton this week, and unfortunately, I can't stream for the rest of the week because my first week back, I can only stream 2 days because tomorrow I am driving up to Edmonton with Ella to set up for GameCon Canada, which is in Edmonton this year instead of Calgary. And then on Friday, I'll be at the convention. Saturday, I'll be at the convention. Sunday, I'll be at the convention. Then we're driving home Sunday night because fuck staying another day and paying for hotels when it's only a 5 hours drive or whatever home. So I can't stream tomorrow or the next day, and that sucks. And I was going to stream tonight, but I realized I gotta pack and do stuff and help Ella with stuff. So I was gonna sucked. Stake of the Eldar releases for the Shadow of Entry release. Yeah, the Shadow of the Erd Tree, exactly. We're gonna compete with Elden Ring. So I won't be live for the rest of the week, which sucks. Next week we're gonna do some cool stuff. I'm gonna relax a little bit and do some commissions. We're gonna draw a cool Fox Ranger for Kitty. We're gonna draw a cool Wizard Boy for Guapo, and then after those 2 pieces are done, commissions will be open. So I'm announcing the announcement of commissions open. It's gonna happen as soon as I'm done those 2 pieces. So I'm gonna start taking commission requests from people who want stuff before I formally open them on Twitter and whatnot. So if anybody has a request, now would be the time to get in for July, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. But that's about it for me because I gotta go help Ella. It's about 2, and I need to be off right on the dot today. There's still stuff to do, fires to put out. Ella's been really well organized this time, but there's still like last minute things whenever there's a convention to prep for that I just got to be available and help her with. So that's gonna be fun. But hopefully the convention's good. Hopefully GameCon Canada is baller because it was dope in Calgary. I have no idea if it's gonna do well in Edmonton because they moved it to a smaller city, which sucks. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know if the convention was bomb or if it was trash. And then the next event after this that I'll be gone for, I'll be missing a Friday in August for the Strathmore Ren Fair. So don't worry about that for a while. And then I'll be streaming all summer. It's gonna be fucking dope. We'll see if we want to do a walking challenge in July. We'll talk about it a little bit on stream through the rest of the month. It's gonna be fun. Either way, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, a great weekend. And I'm going to be next weekend doing, for next Friday for the return, doing some character requests probably. So I can make cool TikToks out of them and do some characters for you guys for your games, for NPCs or PCs or whatever. So I'll probably be doing that on Twitter again, because that was the best place to do it. Ashley, what is White Saber called? I need your help, because I have 4 sabers I can't identify. I have Blue Saber, with crown and cool like cloak, and then I have White Saber with armor and White Saber without armor, and then I have a Fate game that's in Japanese that has White Saber, and it looks like she has like lilies or something for her fucking dress. I can't remember what White Saber is called. Gray hair? No, blonde hair, white garb or whatever, black ribbon in hair. I don't know. Saber Lily, yes. Okay, Saber Lily, thank you. So I have 3 Saber Lilies over there as well in the collection of the 5 or 6 Saber figures. Plus there's the one downstairs that is dope. But anyway, go watch some anime. I'm gonna watch maybe Last Exile this weekend again and see, maybe watch 86 to appease DC. But I really mean it when I say I missed you guys like nothing else. Like I really did. I miss hanging out and seeing y'all and catching up on what you guys are doing and talking about our cool projects and stuff. So I'm really legitimately happy to be back. I feel great. I feel healthy. This is gonna be a dope summer, man. This is gonna be a fucking sick summer. Like legit. The adventure's coming out. All right. I'll catch you on Tuesday. Maybe I'll stream on Monday, because I was gonna start that this summer as well. But either way, until next time, my friends. Farewell.